Hello.
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 Are we ready?
Hello, everyone.
Oh, hello. Welcome.
Hello.
We started at 13 minutes. I just need to post the YouTube streaming on the conference website.
Okay.
Prepare coffee and see you soon.
Sure.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. We are on the same place right now. Our second day start right now of our conference. Today we will have a very interesting day and exciting. I'm excited to be with us. There's also a live stream on YouTube. So I would like to present our chair, Maria Alekseeva. She's from Russia. Warm welcome and thank you for being with us. Please introduce yourself, please.
Dobar dan. Hello, everyone. I'm Maria Alekseeva. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm Maria Alekseeva, head of the International Relations of the Russian State Library for Young Adults. I'm a standing committee member of the section on international relations of the Russian Library Association and a standing committee member of the IFLA section, Libraries for Children and Young Adults. Well, I'm not a librarian or a library specialist by my education, but after working for almost 12 years for my library, I can say I'm a big fan, advocate, and promoter of libraries and their mission, their activities, and their services for users. Of course, it's an honor and pleasure for me to be the chair of this session on web and social networks and to be a part of the organizing committee of this amazing international conference. Thank you. So before we start, I'd like to announce a minor changes in its program. First, we will have two keynote speakers, right, Andrija? Yeah. So Stanislava Gardashevich and Anne Gilliland, and then we will continue with the presentations in the order as it was announced in the schedule. Please mind this approximate 20-minute delay of our session. So if you have a question or a comment about the presentations, please put it in the chat box and add the name of the person you want to ask your questions. We will deal with as many questions as we can during our Q&A part after all the presentations. As for the keynote speakers, please feel free to ask your questions right after their talks. And the last organizational point, please make sure you have muted your microphones for not having unwanted noises during our session. Well, I think it's time for us to start, and I'm happy to introduce the keynote speaker of this session, Stanislava Gardashevich. I see already her, yeah. Stanislava is a doctoral candidate at University of Hawaii at Manoa, Communication and Information Sciences PhD program. She is teaching course instructor at Library and Information Science program, covering mostly technology-related courses. She completed International Master in Digital Library Learning in Norway, Estonia, and Italy. Stanislava worked at National Library of Serbia, where she was involved in e-services projects as well as multiple international projects. Her specialty is in metadata for digital resources, and previous research interest was involving semantic web technology. Today, Stanislava will speak about the knowledge graphs, its history, usage, and perspectives. Dear Stanislava, the mic is yours now. Hello.
Hi, thank you, Maria, for introducing me. Can you hear me well? Yeah. Okay, then I will share the screen. Let me just see. Can you see the presentation well? Yep.
Yes. Yeah. Everything is good.
Okay. then I will start. Thank you so much for inviting me to talk to this conference. Here in Hawaii, it's 10 p.m. and I hope I won't fall asleep, and I hope I won't make you fall asleep considering it's morning. So good morning to everybody and welcome to my presentation. I'm going to talk about knowledge graphs, which is an exciting technology that I work with, and I would like to present to you how it came to it, what is its usage, and what could be the perspectives of it. So I'm going to start with, I'm going to introduce the technology through the web development timeline, because this is, the technology has is part of this kind of a timeline. So web started in 1989 when Tim Berners-Lee and CERN made the first connections, and at that time it was just read-only. There were connections between static pages, and then about a decade later, the same guy, the same person said, okay, this is not exactly what I wanted to do with the web. I didn't want to make connections between pages. I wanted to make connection between resources that are in pages. And for that, we need the structured data in it connected between themselves. And it's interesting that that was the inception of the idea of the semantic web. And it came before the so-called Web 2.0 that was launched in 2005. With read-write applications, with e-commerce, of course, social networks, when people become contributors of content, and the web became really interactive. And in 2006, the Tim Berners-Lee called for publishing of this data in these new standards that were part of the semantic web, that are RDF and OWL and so on. So this is just a short introduction to RDF to all of those who might not know it. It's basically showing triplets of data. So subject, predicate, object. Bob is interested in Mona Lisa, or for us in cultural sector, it's maybe this is more interesting. Mona Lisa was created by Leonardo da Vinci. So those are the statements, and these are the links or edges that are connecting the nodes. And for some reason, when we show RDF, we always show Mona Lisa as an example. So that was in 2006, and libraries are actually institutions that have a lot of structured data. So we were among the first to answer to this call of publishing that data as linked data. And in 2009, Europeana launched the Europeana data model that is digital, that is a model for exchange of metadata for digital objects in whole Europe, in whole Northern America. So then I became a master's student, and I got really excited about this technology when I learned about it. I wanted to learn more about it, and I did my master thesis on the model because I could see the potential in the semantic web technologies. And then I went to a conference in Croatia, AKM conference, and there I talked to a seasoned professional authority on the topics, Gordon Dunstire from Scotland. What's happening with the big companies? Are they adopting these semantic web standards? And he told me, you know, they can do whatever they want. Basically, they can make their own standards. They can have duplets. We have triplets. We don't know that. And pretty much that was the case. So in 2012, Knowledge Graph was launched by Google, and for that they didn't use semantic web technologies. They are RDF and standards. They used JSON linked data, JSON standard. And here we come today in 2021. 2 decades after the inception of semantic web, and looking back, unfortunately, it never came to become Web 3.0 because technologies of the web went elsewhere, and critiques of this approach said that maybe that's because we were bound to the XML as format. So this is a graph that shows a Stack Overflow, which is Q&A forum for developers, programmers, and their questions on the data interchange formats. So this is the XML, it's dropping, and this is JSON. So more and more people are adopting that, especially those that are developing those web applications. So basically, the other critique is that it was too theoretical and not focused on the development process, but rather than on that theoretical discussion. So that is the introduction, how it came to the knowledge graph, and then schema.org, that is the schema that Google together with Yahoo and Bing used to improve the web search results. So let's come to the knowledge graph as technology as such. So the million-dollar question is, what is knowledge graph? And answer is nobody really knows, because Bergman's paper from 2019 cites 27 definitions. So there is no real consensus on the definition, but I'm going to read you one. It's a graph of data intended to accumulate and convey knowledge of the real world, whose nodes represent entities of interest and edges represent relationships between these entities. So for demonstration purposes, this could be not very clean picture of a knowledge graph. This is the one that I'm maintaining. So the orange nodes, these are the students, the blue are departments, brown are papers, the green are exams. So these are the entities of interest in the domain that I'm exploring and the relationships between them. So as I said, knowledge graph was launched by Google. What they did is they bought this Freebase, which was the open source repository where people were contributing knowledge on the world. And of course, they shut it down after that and merged all this data into Wikidata, and then used this data to power their search. So let's hear it straight from the horse's mouth a little bit, not the whole video, but a little bit on this.
Wouldn't it be amazing if Google could understand that the words that you use when you're doing a search, well, they aren't just words. They refer to real things. That a building is a building, and
can you hear the sound?
An animal is an animal, and that they're not just random strings of characters. If we can understand that those words are talking about those real world things, then we could do a better job of getting you just the content that you want off the web.
The way Google is trying to build information about real-world connections is by building a knowledge graph. The knowledge graph is about collecting information about objects in the real world. The object could be a person, could be a book, could be a movie, and many other types of things. For example, for a famous person, we collect relevant data about them, such as their date of birth or how tall they are. We can also connect that person to closely related objects in the knowledge graph.
Let's say you're interested in Renaissance painters, or how about how many women have won the Nobel Prize? By understanding the relationships between things, be it between painters in the Renaissance or women in the Nobel Prize, Google can do a better job of understanding what it is exactly you're searching for.
One of the first features we are going to introduce, which applies the knowledge graph, is a panel next to the web results.
When you have a question to answer, others may have come to Google already.
Okay. So this is just a little bit on the topic. And when I show this video to my students,
To search for the same.
no, I can't go back to it. Okay, there. They say that the people in Google look like robots themselves. Anyway, another example of the knowledge graph that's super popular example is, of course, Facebook graph. And you can imagine how much data, structured data about Facebook users they have. And they had this so-called Facebook graph search that was deprecated in 2019 because it was misused. You could really look for different connections. And after the Cambridge Analytica fiasco, they kind of shut it off. But anyway, in the web, knowledge graphs are considered to be backbone of many information systems. Okay, let's see. So now we move to the other usages of knowledge graph, and one of such things are enterprise knowledge graphs. And so in any company or organization, you can build your own to show the relationships of interest. And these are the software solutions that you can use to build your graphs. And some of them, like OntoText, is using semantic web standards. Others are used to make so-called labeled property graphs. So also the relationships or edges can have properties as well as entities. Anyway, I'm using the latter in my research, and I'm using Neo4j graph database. In case you are interested in the topic, you can visit the conference. There is an online conference in May on knowledge graphs. So now I will move to the domain that is of my research interest, and that are academic graphs. So considering that science itself is described as complex, involving network of scholars and projects and papers and ideas, it's very convenient ground to build those graphs and show those networks. Probably the most important example is the Microsoft academic graph. And a paper from 2016 says it has like over 120 million publications and metadata of that many publications, probably now much more in this graph. And all of the other examples are examples of similar projects. The last one is the EU grant that started from 2019. And most of these projects are made so they can facilitate recommender systems, so scientific literature or other recommender systems that are to improve search for researchers. So this approach is really document-centric approach. So basically we take the metadata from document and make it in a graph form in order to improve the search. So a lot of research is done on the library, computer science digital library, DBLP, because computer scientists are usually doing this kind of research, and other databases that have scientific literature. And usually social network analysis algorithms are applied in this kind of research. However, there is always a limited number of relations that you can do just from the publication metadata. And usually that is co-authorship and research topic or research area. Sometimes it's about institution or venue. Most of this research is looking how to automatize these processes of populating, creating better and faster recommender system, or better and faster or more data in the graph. And then the authors of the book, Multi-Layer Social Network, call for moving out of the flatland, saying like there are many more dimensions in our relations, in scholarly relations and work than just co-authorship or research topic. And they tried to do this research where they included who is taking lunch with whom, or who's friend on Facebook, and trying to visualize this relationship. Anyway, they realize it's not that easy to visualize multiple networks at once. So in this slide, I'm talking about what are the networks in academia. And based on Borner's Atlas of Science part, she says that scholars can be researchers and authors, and most of the research, as I told already, is based on these relationships. But also, in my opinion, equally important, if not more, is their role as teachers, and they're teaching classes, they're training doctoral students, they're supervising postdocs. So not a lot of research has been done on this kind of these activities, because you don't have that metadata just available anywhere. And also there is this their job as editors and reviewers, or investigators and team leaders and science administrators. They do all these grants and these collaborations on different projects. So now I'm going to tell you about my research and how I tried to integrate all these different activities of scholars into a knowledge graph. And I'm going to tell you about two studies. One is my PhD study, and this is the first one, interdisciplinary PhD program, and with the focus on of students of this program, me including. And the other one is that I did that done with the team of one working group for volunteers of a professional organization that also includes academics and organization of big conferences. So these are both qualitative research, in-depth, semi-structured interviews have been done for the both, whereas in my research I have done more methodologies because I have this luxury of time and resources. So I did usability walkthrough, the website and content analysis, and participatory design workshops where I include all the students in the design of the knowledge graph. So these are some findings from both studies. And let's say the first one is that people really are reliant on getting information from their social network. So we all ask people about things we are interested in, and then students will ask other students on their experiences with professors, with different classes, procedures. International students really need that kind of information on procedures in the foreign country. Whereas in volunteer study, when managers of volunteers who are also volunteers themselves are usually recruiting from their own network. So that's how they get this information from the people they already know, or people they know. So other finding that is common in both studies is that people are not willing to leave written trace on their experiences with others. First of all, students don't want to write about their professors because of the power dynamic, and because they need them to write them recommendation letters and so on. And in the other study, all of them have black and white lists. Black list, I never want to work with these people ever again because they didn't deliver. Or white list, these are the perfect people. But they won't publish that because, of course, you can ruin somebody's career or reputation. And then people are in need of information on reliable collaborators. For PhD students, it is of utmost importance that you pick a right person for your supervisor, because a lot of things depend, especially your mental well-being depends on that person. And in volunteer study, they are aware they need to avoid this recruitment from only their own network. So they're equally capable people that are from global south or from underdeveloped countries who are not part of this crew, so they can't be picked to be volunteers in this organization because they don't know how they are. And then what are the implications of this finding on the information discovery processes? So the relevant information discovery is dependent on one's position within the network. If I'm very shy and timid person, I won't mingle too much, I won't get this information that I might need when I communicate with people. This information exchange is often serendipitous. So you bump into somebody and then you start talking and then you find out something really, really interesting. They call it here water fountain talk. And then, of course, with COVID-19, all of this was messed up. You can't really bump into people and get this tacit knowledge, procedural knowledge that you really need. You can't really find online. So for that case, to facilitate this digital transformation, we ought to facilitate the active search as well as information contribution, so both sides. And in my opinion, knowledge graph could be the way to do that. And my approach to this is user experience approach. So it is socio-technical approach. So I'm not relying on the technology to solve the problems, and nobody is, because some problems cannot be solved by technology solely. So you have to put people back in the center of information retrieval loop. basically you need to point to people who have relevant information so you can talk to them in person and exchange this information. This approach is domain oriented, so you have to focus on the community needs. That's why I'm using this participatory design approach. And it's combining both publicly available data as well as user contributed data. And it's very dependent on how much people will be willing to contribute the data to help others. Also, rather than focusing on big numbers and big data and to so many millions of publications, here it's more of a well-curated data set with many networks included. So I'm going to show you the preview of the ontology of the domain of the knowledge graph that I have made together from the findings of my research. So the person is at the center, and the person here is students. So this information discovery system should be for students. So of course, for them, it's really important who is working with other people on dissertations, because we get to choose among 5 people to include in dissertation committee, and you want them to get along with each other as well as get along with you. So this is important. Note course, of course, which courses you're going to take, which exams, and then other are kind of like general to all the academia, research and methodology and application area and so on. So from the design of knowledge graph, the future research is how to visualize and how to navigate that knowledge graph. And that I'm still to discover. We'll see what will happen. Thank you so much for listening to me, and I will be really happy to answer to any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Stanislava. A great presentation, and I think you are doing such an incredible research. Good luck for you, with all your research work. I'll check whether we have any questions. Or maybe someone wants to ask a question live. Please welcome. Okay, Stanislava, thank you very much again for your keynote talk today. And we move on. Now we will see the video presentation of one more keynote speaker, Professor Anne Gilliland. She is Associate Dean for Information Studies, School of Education and Information Studies, and Professor and Director of the Archival Studies specialization in the Department of Information Studies, as well as Director of the Center for Information as Evidence at the University of California, Los Angeles. She is a Fellow of the Society of American Archivists and recipient of numerous awards in archival and information studies. She has served as professor and faculty member at various universities in different countries, in particular in Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Scotland, China, and Croatia. The title of her today's talk is Digital Transformation and the Preparation of New Generations of Library, Archive, and Museum Professionals. Dear colleagues, can we start the video?
Dobro jutro. I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me here to speak today at this impressive and forward-looking event. I would like first to acknowledge my presence and also my university's presence here in Los Angeles on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Gabrielino Tongva peoples. I'm going to focus today on what I believe we need to instill through the education of new generations of archives, library, and museum professionals if we're going to be able to achieve the potential of digital transition for our information and heritage institutions, as well as in wider society, where I believe these professionals can play an important role. I also believe, however, that we cannot do this without robust, rigorous, systematic, globally aware, and locally relevant education for archives, libraries, and museum professionals. I believe that this is essential to actualizing that potential of digital transformation, not only in your own institutions, but as I said, in wider society. And in doing so in equitable and ethical ways, something that we have always also been known for, particularly in the library profession. We do not, however, have yet worldwide education of this nature. We don't even have it in some of our own countries, at least for the archives and sometimes the museum sectors. And it's also not enough for us to focus on our national contexts when in the digital world, we are actually reaching out and working across the globe. And also at the same time, while our own local contexts and our communities often feel that they have been neglected. The kind of education that I'm talking about has to support the many realities, perspectives, and new possibilities that come with digital transformation. It also has to confront and challenge and critique the inherited concepts and physical paradigms that still dominate much of our thinking. Today, I'm going to briefly review 8 aspects and provide just a few examples that I believe should inform archives, library, and museum education, both formal professional education and also different forms of continuing education. I'm drawing here on my own experiences working in a major information studies and archival studies program here in the United States, but also having taught in many institutions around the world. When I show you, I'm going to show it to you now, what I'm talking about, you will see that I'm not really talking about skills. I know that you've got some eminent speakers later today and tomorrow who are going to talk about some really advanced digital developments that will require advanced digital skills. But I'm more talking about a mindset here than I am talking about skills. None of these facets here are anything that I think is particularly revolutionary, but they are definitely things that we're struggling with here in California. And I'm arguing that they are going to be essential to integrate into teaching and learning activities. And by extension, this consciousness into archives, library, museum practices, systems, and services. So let me I'm going to go through these in alphabetical order, but I don't see particular priorities here. I see them all as being priorities. So the first of these is accessibility. And I think accessibility is something that librarians understand very well. I'm not always convinced that all heritage institutions do equally well in this area. But one of the, I suppose we could call it, benefits of the COVID-19 pandemic has been that it has demonstrated to us just how important digital accessibility is. And it's also, I think, proven to us just how resourceful we can be, and also shown what works well, what doesn't work so well, and what doesn't work at all. And I think that's quite useful to know from both an educational perspective, but also from a management perspective. But I also wanted to say that accessibility is much more than being about a digital divide. Who has access to the technology, who does not? We're talking about a world where people speak multiple languages and they read in multiple scripts. As our resources go out around the world, how are we going to support that? Or are we going to expect them all to use our languages and our scripts, which would not be a particularly democratic or accessible practice? Our resources, and again, the pandemic has shown us this, have to work for multiple generations. Each generation, we know, has its own facility and maybe challenges with using digital technologies. Certainly, we know that some of the youngest members of our populations want to use technology in much more enterprising ways, perhaps, at least more creative ways than some of us who have sort of grown up along with the technology. We want to be sure that as we move into a thoroughly digitally facilitated world, that we are supporting those who have disabilities that make it difficult to use some of this technology, or difficult to read or to understand the content that we make available through this technology. I would say at the same time, we may actually do a better job in some cases. Differential impacts also of decisions that we make can affect accessibility. Economic decisions, such as which journals you subscribe to or not, and particularly one that's coming up in the archival world, using content paywalls for digital content because you have contracted with somebody like Ancestry.com to digitize your collections. Those will also limit accessibility because the costs of accessing, for example, that digital content will be differentially borne by people of different income resources. So moving on, my second facet is adaptability. So this is something that we want to instill in young professionals and in our students who want to be professionals. In the future, nothing is going to stay still. I don't think things have actually stayed still for a very long time in most of our fields. Professionals need to be comfortable with the kind of dynamism that is characteristic of a digital world. And they also need to be receptive to new ideas. How do we successfully navigate and manage rapid change in organizations? In technologies, we often have invested in a particular technology base that dates and we need to move on, but we can't afford to do that. And how do we adapt to changing user expectations? Because of the pandemic is a really good example, but for economic reasons, for socio-political reasons, because of changing technological capabilities. And I think it's also important to realize that while we may be thinking about what we can take from our non-digital practices and keep in the digital world, that we may learn from our digital methods and practices some new ways to approach what we are still doing in the non-digital world, because for most of us, we will still continue to operate in something of a hybrid environment, at least for a while. Diversity is a topic we hear a lot about at the moment. And diversity means different things to different people. But what we do know is that digital transformation connects and opens up a complicated, plural world, and also provides access between its citizens. And these are people that, as professionals, archives, library, and museum staff may never interact with in person. And this sets up questions about priorities. How do you prioritize between meeting local or national needs and expectations and those of new audiences, often who are not within your immediate geographic footprint, who encounter you digitally? What about institutions that cater primarily to one particular kind of audience? For example, academic libraries, and then they are being contacted by people from completely outside of that realm. This raises another question about how archives, library, museum content and activities can simultaneously speak to different worldviews, different needs, and also different ways of knowing. We know that around the world, there are many kinds of epistemologies at work, and we tend to, at least in Europe and in North America, to have privileged only certain kinds of ways of knowing. But we are now opening ourselves up to much more than that. How, and I've talked about this already, how can we anticipate and address generational change? My fourth facet is equity. And this is something that threads through everything I have to say today, and I would argue is a concern or a set of concerns that permeate everything to do with archives, libraries, and museums. I think we've been made very aware in the last few years of critiques of heritage institutions, often because of their colonial or nationalist histories. Certainly, many institutions have been dealing with historical reckonings. And these have included things like redress activities, such as redescribing, recataloguing collections. Sometimes it's repatriation of holdings. Sometimes it's digital repatriation. These institutions have also been criticized for catering too much to particular audiences, especially to scholars and to research activities, to the detriment of wider publics. Obviously, I'm not talking here about, for example, public libraries, but more to heritage institutions that have large research missions. Equity concerns have increasingly also been talked about in terms of ways in which digital systems and services have been designed basically with inbuilt biases. One of the areas that is most being discussed at the moment is algorithmic bias and what to do about that, and what are the consequences of algorithmic bias. One other area I wanted to mention that has become important in some fields is the issue of affect in terms of emotions, trauma, and equity and lack of equity are often closely associated with particular affects. And what we know is that affects have consequences among those who use our collections, use our content. And they can be negative affects and they can be positive affects, but they cannot be ignored. Security, I've also clustered here with safety and privacy. Archives, libraries, and museums are increasingly subject to data breaches and even alteration of their content and their transactions. Unfortunately, also, archives, libraries, and museums are often seen as symbols of particular cultures and ethnicities, and they've become targets of military and terrorist activity, especially activity that is digitally facilitated. And probably the biggest risk at the moment is drone attacks. We are particularly aware at the moment of safety issues in using our physical facilities that have arisen because of the current health crisis, but also other kinds of crises that have occurred. And then privacy also, the security and privacy generally go hand in hand. And obviously for European audience, GDPR, how do we ensure that we're compliant with GDPR, but also other forms of protecting against privacy violations as we increasingly have more and more of identity and our data in digital form and outside our own personal control. Sovereignty might seem a little unusual to include here, but sovereignty is a topic that is increasing in discussion. We know that universal access and openness, something that's been very important for a long, long time in the library tradition, can also have negative consequences for some communities and individuals, particularly those whose wishes are not respected or who are in general underempowered or whose content has been appropriated and is being used in ways that do not fit with the source community's belief systems and cultures. Data sovereignty and issues of jurisdictional and institutional control over content is also a hot topic, particularly content that is in the cloud or has been offshored for processing. Indigenous sovereignty relates to my first point here, which is the right of a nation, an indigenous nation, to govern the collection, ownership, and application of its own data, and indeed any material content, its own language, its own artifacts, its own culture. And then we see in the archival field, in particular, recognition of other kinds of rights in content now becoming a hot topic, including what we would call co-creator rights, the rights of people who are often not acknowledged in the creation of something and therefore cannot exercise any control over what happens to it in the future. So I know I'm running out of time here, so I'm just going to go through very quickly my last couple of points here. Sustainability is going to be something that we're all going to be very concerned about, and we will all be becoming more educated about that. But for example, what is the impact of archives, library, museum activities and technology utilization on the environment? For example, through heavy use of cloud servers or using blockchain, which are known for using a lot of computational power and giving out a lot of heat out of that hardware. What have we learned about using repositories remotely during this last year that could be applied to ensure a greener footprint for our physical operations moving forward? My final point is about trustability. I'm not sure that's a word, but I'm going to use it as a word today. Public trust in information has been broken in many places. This is something we're acutely conscious of in the United States at the moment. And it has led to many calls to increase the role of ALM professionals in information and media literacy instruction, not just in their own institutions, but also in schools and in colleges and universities, to help people discern what is misinformation, what is disinformation, what is trustworthy information. And in the same lines, we also can no longer assume that archives, libraries, and museums themselves are trusted institutions. We're going to have to work for that trust. And this is not just about trusted digital repositories, for those of you who are involved with data or digital preservation. It's about also declaring our own biases, reflecting on our own personal experiences and backgrounds, and how that influences the work and the decisions that we make, the work we do, the decisions we make, about being transparent about the motivations and decision-making that we get involved in. And again, as I mentioned earlier, questioning algorithms and why our systems behave the way that they do. So to conclude then, I would argue that there are important and constantly evolving roles for archives, library, and museum facilities, museum professionals to play in ensuring that digital transformation is transparent, accountable, equitable, ethical, responsive, and accessible. But doing so, however, is going to require investment, not only in new forms of formal and continuing professional education, but also ensuring that existing education is centered around these concerns. And I would just say thank you very much for listening to me. And I'm really sorry we can't all be together in person. Thank you.
So yes, we thank Professor Gilliland for her wonderful and essential keynote talk. If you have questions to her, please put it in the chat box and we will try to send your questions to her directly. I think both keynote talks have set us up on the topic of our session, and we can move on to the presentations of our session on web and social networks. So first presenters of this session are Goran Garcevic and Milica Matijevic from the Dimitrije Tuković Library, which is located in Lazarevac town in Serbia. Today, Goran and Milica are happy to share with us their experience of a digital storytelling as a popular and relevant library service. Hi, Goran. Hi, Milica. Please welcome with your presentation.
They prepared the video
Okay.
pre-recording, and I will let it now. Hi, colleagues.
We have trouble right now, but irrelevant on this moment.
Yeah,
do you hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So we are calling from Public Library in Lazarevac.
No, we started.
Continue.
We already started video, or we have a few words before you start the video?
You have a few words, of course, to present yourself.
Thank you, thank you. At the first, we will say hello for all our colleagues. A big hug from Public Library. As you see, a very nice conference hall. And thanks to opportunity to present our small project, which had a few years And during the pandemic, it was a great opportunity to connect with our user and stay in touch with all our users. My colleagues Goran made the movie. I made the project. So after movie, if you have any question, we are here. Hello.
Once again, hello to all participants. With the development of new media tools, it is becoming increasingly popular to create short videos that carry either a personal story about some events or to create a fictional story and develop such videos for the purpose of education and entertainment. During the pandemic, a large number of public libraries in Serbia included digital storytelling in their services. Digital storytelling using computer tools was a practice of some libraries in Serbia even before the pandemic. In the time when, due to emergency measures, users were prevented from using the library's services in the traditional way, Dimitrije Tucović Library in Lazarevac launched several new programs whose task was to bring funds and services closer to users. One of these programs is the digital storytelling workshop, The Gardener's Dream. It was realized in cooperation with the Education and Culture Association and the writer Jasminka Petrović. Why this particular program? At the very beginning of the pandemic, in a situation when we were quarantined and working from home, we downloaded a lot of digital contents created by colleagues from other libraries and childcare organizations. Among the contents, we had a chance to review one that stood out for its quality. And that is Čitanjac Igranjac, which the Education and Culture Association and the writer Jasminka Petrović shared on their Facebook page and YouTube channel. After the state of emergency ended, we knew that the usual services we used to provide will never be the same again. Something needed to be improved. When a digital story is published on a library website, it becomes public and accessible to a large number of users. The written story becomes more interesting by the use of visual images that have become the predominant form of communication in a wide range of media and formats. Therefore, it is necessary to act responsibly towards the authors and all other participants in the process and always strive to achieve a positive contribution to digital culture. In the case of the Gardener's Dream project, this goal was achieved by presenting quality content to the widest audience in the correct format. What has happened as a result of the service?
Kako je to biti biljka? Koja si ti biljka bila? Jela. Jelka. Jelka. Dobro. Kako se zoveš? Natalija, viči tamo da te čuju. Kakva si to jelka bila?
Pa mnogo lepa i zelena, raskošna.
Raskošna, zelena, lepa. Dobro.
Zaško je tek oko ponoći, a tada, ustani, hajde ustani, došli su ti gosti.
Gosti? Šta pričaš gluposti?
Ako mi ne veruješ, uveri se sam.
Kakvi su to gosti u pola noći?
Sjajno, vidiš i gušene kad ih upoznaš. Punih je ruc, ali to je nemoguće. Kapija je zaključena, ali ne visoka, nikako nisu mogli da uđu. Gasta priča, kreće.
Učionice napravili, ali uspeli da sve povežete, da sve kažete. Verujte mi da ne meni ovo i zanimljivije sad nego knjigu. Napravili ste čaroliju, ovih pola sata, ja ne mogu da verujem koliko je ovo sve predano.
Ja sam bila Lena i bilo mi je fantastično, jako mi se svidao roman i lepo smo odglumili.
Ja želim da pohvalim Jasminku što je napisala uopšte ovu knjigu i mnogo mi se sviđa ova predstava. Mislim da lepša predstava ne bi mogla da bude.
To successfully communicate and clearly express our ideas in modern business environment, we need practical skills. How to properly use tools that are available. In this day of age, smartphones have become a necessity and quite a powerful tool. There are numerous applications which can be used to make this kind of material. Some of the powerful apps available today are Power Director, InShot, KineMaster, Filmora Go, Adobe Premiere Rush, etc. The most amazing thing is that these are all free to use and you can practically be a filmmaker in your home. By improving our customer service, we're also improving our media literacy skills. Finally, working together to offer community programs and services that empower citizens, our library supports implementation of sustainable development goals. As you might guess, for most of us, this process is an exciting adventure that starts with small steps.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for your wonderful presentation. I am so happy to hear and see that all these challenging situation and circumstances of the pandemic helped you somehow to improve your projects and your skills and your competencies. So, dear participants, please put your questions to Goran and Milica in the chat box, and we will get back to the questions after all the presentations. Thank you. Yeah, for the next presentation, we have 3 speakers at once. Please welcome Mirjana Radovanović-Pejović, Ana Duković, and Malina Županjac. Sorry if I do not spell correctly the names. They are representing Serbian elementary schools and school libraries. Dušan Jerković in Uzice, Alekseeva in Sevojno, and Jura Jaksić in Konarevo. They will tell us how school libraries and school librarians in Serbia get ready for digital change and other circumstances caused by the pandemic. Dear colleagues, hello, please.
Hello.
Hello, great to see you. Please, the screen and the mic are yours.
Okay, I hope you can see our presentation as well as you can see us. Okay, hello, dear colleagues. We are very pleased to be here with you today, and we want to greet you on behalf of school librarians as well as on behalf of Serbian School Librarians Association. My name is Ana Duković. Today with me are my colleagues Mirjana Radovanović-Pejović, President, and Malina Županjac, Member Board of Serbian Association of School Librarians. So if you can see our presentation, let's see how school librarians in Serbia are ready for change. Okay. Today, distance and hybrid learning is ready to shape the future of education. Therefore, there is one big question. Is distance and hybrid learning also the future of school libraries? I know that we still don't know the answer, but we all know that we need interaction, and our young users need the interaction too. Many school librarians, faced with changed conditions and new challenges, have introduced innovations in their work and communication with students and teachers, and many are ready to keep the changes in their daily work. The important role of the school librarian is always to cooperate, to exchange ideas, and provide support to all users, and thus to help them get through easier and overcome difficult times. School librarians always explore successful strategies for school librarian and teacher collaboration. Some librarians scrambled to quickly build electronic collections and teach students how to use the electronic and resource remotely. But this could be very difficult for students who had limited training and access before lockdowns in last year. During the pandemic and distance learning, school librarians called for online reading, learning, education, collaborating, and sharing all available content, with the goal that each user finds what he's interested in and enjoys or spend his time in that activities. As well as on school websites, links were offered and shared on Facebook pages and groups of school libraries. At the beginning of the pandemic, a Facebook group of Serbian Association of School Librarians had about 500 members, and quickly after that it numbered 1,200, which means that school librarians were intensively involved in the exchange of information. During the coronavirus pandemic, many school librarians across Serbia provided support to their users, primarily by posting educational and cultural content through social networks and websites. In that way, they helped interested students, parents, teachers, and school employees in achieving the goals of educational process during distance learning. School library staff, as usual, play an important role in extending the authentic and reliable information sources and support for the research process across all areas of the curriculum. Different links were offered and shared on Facebook pages and groups of school libraries, as well as on school websites. School librarians presented world and Serbian children's digital libraries, museums, galleries, educational films, and different educational and digital contents. Librarians found new way to use the online classroom technology for collaboration with teachers, students, and most important, among themselves. But that's not all. We know that school librarians helped principals, assistants, other professional associates, and teachers with the organization of work in emergency conditions, the complete process. Some made Google Classrooms to work with students who wanted to get involved. They formed Viber groups for teaching and extracurricular staff and class teachers. It was made as a support for the directed activation of students in the teaching process, as a form of some kind of visualization in this period, characterized by, among other things, the rapid development of information and communication technologies, which have established their place in all parts of work and life, even in educational activities, and its application in many schools has accelerated pandemic coronavirus. Google Classroom is specific for each school library and not repeatable because it depends on different factors: expertise, level of opinion, scope, purpose of the collected information, level of installed technique, and automation by which the media are launched and put into function, as well as the way of applying the same media in educational practice. But in a formal appearing form, they are set up as a non-book and book library media, where both have their own subcontents, different subcontents.
Just a second, please. School librarians organize numerous virtual exhibitions of student works. They inform students and teachers about various competitions. They reminded of important. Just a second, something came up with our presentation. Can you see it?
Not yet.
You can see it?
No. Not.
Just a second, please.
Okay.
They inform students and teachers, school librarians inform students and teachers about various competitions. They reminded of important dates and anniversaries that are celebrated in school libraries. What was also important, that librarians promoted empathy too. During virtual activities by modeling open-ended questions, providing parent tips, and encourages pupil to read. 11th. In addition to traditional ones, more and more school librarians follow modern tendencies and requirements of education, forms of work and training brought by modern society, and already widely apply new technologies and adequate methods of work in obtaining, processing, and applying information, which leads to higher level of thinking and knowledge. We listen to school librarians online lectures, learn from each other, which is very important, and apply new tools. Students got to see us, school librarians, in a different way. They saw us as learning with them at the same time. It is a great way to model long life learning. We learned how to make movies, we held online book promotions, and that's why I will present you some really good examples of the practice of school librarians. We all were happy that Pippi Longstocking's 75th birthday was celebrated at the end of the last year, especially that a lot of us prepared beautiful gifts on this occasion. One special gift, which turned into as many as 3 gifts, was made by the students of the elementary school Svetislav Golubović Mitraljeta with the help of Ingrid, the school librarian who collected students' recipes and made 3 Mitraljeta cooks for Pippi. You can see some great photos from books that have a lot of creative recipes. They are made with the help of Story Jumper, a tool with which we can see digital books and enjoy them. Thanks to the Embassy of Sweden, which rewarded such a work, an exhibition was set up in Pippi's honor in that school. The most beautiful works were selected and all participants were awarded. Despite everything, we see the life has won. The competition, Give Me a Word to Paint It, with the support of the Ministry of Education, was announced for the first time for children with development disabilities by the Sveti Sava School in Sagić. Promoting the reading and artistic expression of these children, who may be talented but not verbal, means a lot to both children and their parents. The central celebration was held on the 2nd of April on the International Children's Book Day, and at the same time this is International Children's Day with the autism, and connected the school and the Sagić Library. On that day, the writer Jasminka Petrović solemnly presented the awards, and an exhibition of the works of all participants was opened. Everything was organized and conducted by the school librarian Alexandra. It is the obligation of all us to provide a stimulating environment for all the children, and Alexandra has been doing so. The library of the elementary school, Svetozar Marković from Kraljevo, joined the action of the Serbian School Librarians Association Let's Read Aloud this year for 4th time, and their activity was supported by the most important contemporary writers for children in Serbia via video messages. Among the great guests, as of in the back and the incentive for further literary creation, Ružica, the student of 5th grade, was included and shared her poems with us. In the great video, which was made by the school librarian Nevena, we can see what the children's writers Jasminka Petrović, Uroš Petrović, and Branko Stevanović, Dejan Aleksić told us about reading, and they read aloud for the audience. Reading, especially loud, contributes to a better understanding of what is being read, encourages critical thinking, rich vocabulary, stimulates numerous emotions, and develops imagination. Reading nurtures a love for books. The slogan of this school action was, "Reading is the key to learning." What a time in our professional lives. great opportunity for school libraries to demonstrate their strengths. The time at home was an opportunity to work hard on getting the resources into a good position to carry us forward for some time. Students kept reading, teachers kept teaching, and the library kept supporting people virtually. So thank you very much to listening us, and
we are how Serbian school librarians work in nowadays.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I'm so happy you are with us today, and I'm so impressed to know much about your everyday work, and especially during the pandemic. I think it is so crucially essential, the work of school librarians, because you help young students and you help teachers to get connected, to get new knowledge, to improve their skills, and your wonderful outreach work is just wonderful. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thanks for your words. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, and now I'm happy to introduce our next speakers from India. Please welcome Mahit Garg, Assistant Librarian of the Indira Gandhi National Tribal University in Amarkantak, and Umar Kanilal, Professor of Library and Information Science of the Indira Gandhi National Open University in New Delhi. The title of their presentation is Challenges in Analysis of Text Data on Web, a Study of Discussion Forum. Dear colleagues, hi.
Hello. Thank you, the chair. Thank you, Maria, for giving me this opportunity. And I would like to thank you, the organizer, for accepting our studies so that we can discuss. And during this pandemic, we were thinking where to go for attending the international conference. But thanks to the technology, we are attending, and we are listening you all, beautiful listeners. Can you just give me the permission to share my slide?
You have a permission, I presume.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. So now I'll be discussing. Sorry, my Professor Uma Kanjilal, who is my guide also for my PhD. So due to some official work, she couldn't join this conference, but I'll be taking up on behalf of her also. So I'll be discussing basically all the challenges faced in analysis of text data on web and in the context of discussion forums. So as we all know that information is the new oil, and we all are so dependent on the information, and there was a time before when web was not there before maybe in 1900. We have a group of people in each society who are expert in giving us the relevant information, whether it's medical, whether it's education, and all aspect of information. There was 1 or 2 person in each society who gave us who satisfy all our information needs. But the development of web in 1989, and after that we have been so dependent on the web-based platform for our information need, for satisfying our information need. And even with the development, there are so many platform has developed to cater our information need, like Facebook is there, Stack Overflow is there for technical information need. So these all platforms, they have a huge amount of information, and they provide us huge amount of information to collect with. Okay, so this information available on this platform makes a great knowledge repository. Okay, so this is what happening on these platforms in 2019, that in every 60 seconds these many numbers of data has been uploaded on these platforms, and just we can imagine that how much this information is available on these platforms through various mechanisms. Like somebody can share the videos on the YouTube, somebody can share what exactly the problem he is facing on, or may through images, through text. There are different platforms are there. Okay, so among them there are Facebook is there for like social networking site is there, WhatsApp for personal chat, and for we can have group chat also. Then Google, where we search so many search queries, we scatter, and many studies have shown that the first platform on the web people go with is the Google, where they search the information. So there are these number of platforms are available for to get our information, relevant information. So the problem is that there has been many studies have been studied in the literature. We see that there are many studies have been on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, like how they have been catering the information need, how they are solving information need of people's. Okay, but these data sources, these platforms are so much popular. Like some of the platforms, they provide APIs and tools to extract their data. Like Facebook has provided developer API, you can extract the data through different programming languages. Then Twitter also provide to API to extract the data. Twitter has some like restriction, like in one day, in one time you can extract only 3,000 tweets, something like that. Then YouTube provide access of contents of comments, how you can means if you have to analyze YouTube comments of any video or any lecture. Same in Instagram content, you can also extract the data through various APIs. And so these are the various platforms, and various studies have been done to study the what exactly the people are looking for on Facebook, what exactly the people are looking on Stack Overflow, like on Stack Overflow, which like our this keynote speaker ma'am also has spoken about the trends on various data formats on Stack Overflow through the insight. So this show that how much importance of this platform has become, and various people how they have been asking their information on the platforms. And as our keynote speaker very interestingly mentioned that people dependent on the social network for getting the information. Okay, so this point I have taken from the our first keynote speaker talk. So this show that the web has become so important for getting us the information on various aspects. Okay, and we have different platform also for each domain for that. But among them, there is one one portal is there, like discussion forums, which are quite less popular compared to other these social media platform, but they're popular among domain professionals, like health professionals. They go to discussion forums. Then library, we are the library professionals, so we have our own discussion forums. So in India, we have one very popular discussion forum which called as LIS Link, and people, I'll discuss more about on LIS Link. So first we'll discuss about what exactly the discussion forum. So discussion forum is exactly the place where people discuss about various issues. So basically these are Web 2.0 based asynchronous page, means anyone has the flexibility to post the content, and somebody from the expert from the community will put his own views about that topic. So there are large number of this discussion have been created on various number of discussion forums are there. So in India, we have one this popular platform called LIS Link, which was started in 2008 for LIS professionals in India, and for sharing the job posting, recent even like conference, workshop. So basically, it's a platform where people share information to disseminate various admission notification, and they can chat on various issues also. And if I talk about its popularity, you can see that it has almost 28,000 registered members up till now. Okay, so this shows that how this much popular among LIS professional in India. So this is the typical view of discussion post, that somebody has posted the content. So this is the user who have posted, and this is the title of the post, where the person is asking what library automation, whether it's, the person should go for RFID, EM, or barcode. And then people come up with their own thoughts and own experience, and they reply through this discussion. So this is the structure of Alias Link, where one of the user posts the content, and different registered users reply to that content. Okay, so there are these many discussions have been posted on these portals, and these analysis of these discussion can give us better understanding what exactly the problem faced by the professionals, what are the issues, what are the latest technology have been discussed. And various studies have also shown that this type of analysis of this type of data can also help us in designing a curriculum, so that in our pilot study what we have done on Alias Link, we have found that many people have been asking about Koha and data migration, because some people are not all people are experts in open source technology. So earlier they have gone for commercial. Now when they are upgrading the software through, when they are using Koha, so they are facing the problem of data migration, which is very common problem, that the earlier the data format is different. Now we have to transfer this data to Koha. So this type of analysis can help us to understand, to design the training program, so that they will help us in various aspects of the software or the curriculum. So this analysis of this data, yes, it provides you a better understanding, but there are various challenges in analysis of this data. So one of the main challenges is like ethical challenge. Ethical challenge is that who will say that who owns this data, whether who has created this platform. Like if Facebook has developed this platform, Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg has developed the Facebook. So, and I have posted the content on Facebook. So it's a common, means the issue is who owns the content. It's me who had posted the content, or it's the Mark Zuckerberg who has the right on the content. So it's a basically a most debate topic in the literature. But some of the studies have shown that the data which is in public domain and which is in private domain. So the data which is in public domain, it doesn't require any means permission from the users, that whether because the user, when it posting on the public platform, it means that the data is for public analysis. Okay, and people can see it. Okay, so the only thing is that the data should not be in that analysis data should not be in private domain. Okay, and we have seen that there have been various data breach issues are there, like Facebook also and Google also. There have been various data breach issues are there. So in the context of blogs, as one of the scientists has said, that if the data is in public domain, and if accessing that data doesn't require any login and password, that means the data is in public domain and that can be used for the analysis. So what we found in the Alias Link, that we can access the content, we can access the discussion forum content, but we can't post the content unless if we have been registered users on there. So this is the one of the ethical challenge must be followed when anyone doing analysis of text data on the web. Then yeah, Alias Link doesn't require any login or password to do that. So after that, there are some challenges like API requirement. So the data available on web is not about one post or two posts. Like Alias Link has till date almost 11,000 posts, approximately 11,000. So manually extracting that data is very time consuming. It may take almost maybe 6 months or 7 months if we take each post, each user. So to access that, this platforms provider, they provide API, which is known as application programming interface. So what they do, they provide the interface between the developer and the platform so that they can extract the data. So these APIs are available for popular platforms, but discussion forums doesn't have the APIs. So what we did to tackle this, we have developed our one crawler in which is also known as web scraping using R language. So we have used RWest, the package of R, so that we can extract the data from LIS link. And the second challenge is the pre-processing of data. Okay, because text data is in unstructured way. It is an unstructured way. One can't say like in that most of the data we have in structured way in Excel format, like these were the number of students, these were the number of videos, number of replies. So that type of data is not there in text for in discussion forum or these platforms on mainly on web. So another challenge is pre-processing of data. So I'll discuss very fast on these also because I think I am already taking much time. So this is the framework what we have done and what we have used. Basically, the future of every discussion is form is that each content of the they have the uniformity. If the title of the post is in one CSS element, it will remain on that element. I'll just show you on my this browser, and just if I'll show you LIS means. So this is just the discussion forum page, and if we use this CSS gadget, so we will able to know that okay, so this is the CSS element and where all this title of the post has been stored. So taking the advantage of this, we have designed our own framework to extract this data, and we can also use this framework for other platform also. But like other platform like Facebook and Twitter, if they for that you have to provide the API key because that required login and password. But for the open forums, it works well. And we have extracted almost 10,286 posts of LIS link very successful through this. So this was one of the challenge. Then in pre-processing, it is the most time-consuming process of the text analysis because the most work has been done on. If pre-processing is done well, the analysis will be all right. So in general, what we do in pre-processing, we do lowering of text because the Mohit written in all caps, in all small, and or mix of caps and small, the meaning is same. So what we do, first we lower the text, we put all the text in the lowercase, then we remove the punctuation. Punctuation hardly in the text analysis theorists have considered that punctuation doesn't have any meaning, doesn't add any meaning, but they are the connector to the language so that it will be understood well to the humans. Then we remove the stop words like is, am, are, dear. These are the stop words in English dictionary. Then numbers, and then we do lemmatization. Lemmatization is just matching the words like library and libraries to library, so that the frequency of words should be to single words. Okay, not like there are some people are talking about libraries and some people are talking about libraries, so it will be not a good analysis. So this is the general pre-processing process for the data and text analysis on most of the platforms. But discussion forums, they have provided extra flexibility to their users, like they provide the users to post the content in non-English language. If I talk about in India is a diverse country where people speak so many languages, where we have 22 official languages like Urdu, Hindi. So these are the discussion forums they provide. However, we have seen that in our analysis that out of 10,286 posts, there were hardly 200 posts which are in non-English language. But this is one of the challenge that this may affect the analysis. Then
dear Mr. Mohit, sorry, the time, watch on time. Please, can you finish in 1 minute?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, I have taken. So by this, I discussed about that analysis of text analysis on these platforms require a lots of computational works, and there are multiple packages in our languages available to detect non-English language text, also format also, like whether the post is a text or image. But this require a much computational work, and what we have to do in future. So what the possible solution what we have seen now is that for the discussion forums and in some of the other platform posts, if they are in regional languages, if they are in local languages, computational text analysis is quite challenging. Okay, so the manual content analysis, it may take time, but for better result, it will be the best option to capture the maximum features. Thank you all. And if you have any question, I will love to hear about you, or if any doubts or if anything I haven't clear on this presentation, I will love to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mahir. It's great to have today not only practitioners, library practitioners, but also researchers. Thank you. And dear friends, dear colleagues, please put your questions to the chat box. And we move on. And our session is concluded by the presentation from my country, from Russia. Please welcome Mikhail Alexandrovich Smagin from the Lermontov Stavropol Krai Universal Scientific Library. Today, Mikhail Alexandrovich will speak about possible strategies of development on the Internet for libraries and the analysis of traffic sources and content features.
Hello.
Mikhail, Mikhail, hi.
Hello everyone. I will be quickly. Hello, my name is Mikhail Smagin. I work as the largest scientific library on the North Caucasus in Stavropol. Today we will discuss general requirements for libraries' websites and basic internal traffic analytics system. Libraries' websites allow to quickly inform readers about activities in the library and ensure condition and full access to information and promote information products and services. And beginning in 2020, about 80% of all users will serve offline, but with the introduction restrictivity measure, at the end of the year, the statistic changed to 30% of offline users and 70% to the electronic library users. Therefore, the analytics of the site's performance became important for us, as it was the site allowed us to meet the target of visitor services. All traffic has been analyzed using Google Analytics and Yandex Metrica. Google Analytics in the tab the best channels, you can see generalized information about channels and compare and understand which traffic channels the main one. Yandex Metrica is used to track traffic source, and many choose standard wrapper source.
Done.
We can allocate the following traffic source for library's website: direct, entering the URLs to site directly, and searching bars by entering by bookmarks and browsers. And the search traffic viewers visit and results from the search and searching system by using the keywords. Social media users that come their social media by multi-link sites, which use UTM marks system to use registration of transition from LS form and social media. Referral traffic, links on the different resources which allow you to go to your website. The most effective ways to direct links on the regional news portal. Email traffic. Social media became the main source of traffic for us. Apart from mainstream our profile, we start to use targeting advertising and influence marketing. The main data acquisition tools were following: retargeting pixels of social media as a special code that built into the site and allows social networks advertising system to define who access your site and pages and watching actions they took. We use the pixels of networks such as Kontakte, Одноклассники, Facebook, and TikTok. We use services of analytic audience growth and coverage, increase of environments, live dune and popsters. We use these services to analyze the influence of different activities, accepted ads, on the audience growth. If we can determine of price of subscribes and launch of advertising, it's important to know the numbers of target participants. We use the parsers on social media on mail group. Parser script and application which collects, sorts, and analyzes the information about gender and age of social media users. It allows you to detect location and the list of interest. In network mail.ru, we can collect data about targeting audience and different libraries project to analyze the action in social media and then predict and affect the activities targeting of this audience. We use traffic map and the wirecutting.com. We analyze all traffic media and direct referrals, such social mail, all display and direct. This is a traffic map. The best way to increase site attendance. This is a sales strategy developed to keywords. We use query analysis services in your region, contains non-ambiguous ways to users and name and commercial inventory institution. Regularly adapt information on this website. It's necessary to adapt this session of site and regular basic and installation to analytic system, and pixels on social networks will be allowed to adjust to content and design to the requirements to users. There will be increase the loyalty. And we use social media created to content strategy. Use budget on targeting advertising. Use free or paid PR from bloggers, frauds that don't forget about social media, regional news, make a joint product, write grants, and information suppose. Developing good content strategy having works ourselves. Important the date on the site using SMM tools and can build a working models, interact with users, readers, create a traffic map of the site and improve the quality of services. I wish all libraries a swift transition to new formats works in the pandemic and create new strategy and traffic maps and new insight. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Mikhail, for your great presentation. I think it is super interesting and super useful for everyone because we are so much now on social networks and all that on that. Thank you very much. So we have a little delay at the moment, about I think 15 minutes. So we have a little time for questions. Just a moment, I'll check the chat.
May I just say something?
Yeah, sure, Elena. Or maybe someone of you have some live comments or questions. Please welcome.
Yes, I would like to say that in this session, we had a few presentations from Stanislav's ontology to Library of Lazarevac
tries to keep in touch with users that put actually a person as a center of attention. And I think this is the message that we should probably have in mind in our everyday work, and to be less obsessed with the technology standards, reports, and pay more attention to the people with and for whom we work, actually.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Elena. Thank you for your comments. Does anyone has any comments or questions to our presenters? I think I see in the chat the question to Goran and Milica. Could you tell some details how it worked from the initial storytelling to publishing in public library website of the stories? The video, I think there were not so much information about it in your video. Can you give us some details? Dear colleagues, are you with us? Well, I'm not sure they're with us now, but we will direct this question to them after our session. Well, I don't see any more questions. So maybe it's time for us to finish our session. And I'd like to say a huge thank you to all speakers for your amazing presentations from different parts of the world, and for all of you who were today with us, for your interest in the topic. And actually, it was my first time I'm among the chairs of such a huge international professional event. I enjoyed it so much, and I hope you can say the same about my chairing today. Thank you again. It was a pleasure and an honor for me. I look forward to meeting you in person next time, and I hope it will happen soon. Best wishes to you all, and please take care. And I don't know whether we have a break now or we move on.
No, we continue right now.
Okay.
I would like to thank all the participants in the previous session, and especially thanks for you, Maria, for chairing this excellent. I really hope that we can be in possibility to see in person next year, all of you, of course. And we can now continue on our next session. Its topic is professional development in the digital era. My name is Andrija Sagić. I would like to call our keynote speaker, Mr. Nikola Božić. He came from our, I think, most valuable institution for young researchers. It's not only known here in Serbia, but I think the Petnica Research Center is known all over the world. I warmly welcome Mr. Nikola. I'm very happy to be with us. I would like to introduce him a little bit. Nikola Božić is the program director at Petnica Science Center, an independent organization for extracurricular science education. He's a science educator and science communicator and TEDx speaker. Nikola was editor-in-chief of Popular Science magazine, Serbian edition, and editor of the scientific column at the portal b92.net. Nikola Božić was the author of the popular science book Astronomy that received the National Prize Neven for the best popular science book for youngsters in 2013. He was awarded for his extraordinary contribution to promotion of science by Serbian Ministry of Science with the Milutin Milanković Prize in 2010. Nikola Božić is the president of the Board of Young Researchers of Serbia. He is coordinator of the working group 18 of the National Convention for European Union Integration for chapters 25 and 26, Education and Science, which is organization established to monitor the EU integration process, and the member of the EU-Serbia Civil Society Joint Consultative Committee, which is one of the bodies set up within the framework of the Stabilization and Association Agreement between the European Union and Serbia. Nikola Božić was decorated by French Republic with a medal as the Knight of the Order of the Academic Palms for his activities in scientific and educational cooperation between Serbia and France. Dear Nikola, welcome. The screen is yours. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you all. I'm very happy that I'm with you today. I'm sending greetings from Petnica Science Center. Thank you for this kind introduction of me. And I just wanted to shortly add something about Petnica. So in Petnica Science Center, we are working for almost 40 years now with gifted and motivated kids, mostly high school students, but also primary school pupils and university students. In a field of science and humanities, and our aim is to bring together scientists with these students and kids, and to give to our participants opportunity to work in our laboratories on their own research projects. So shortly, that's Petnica. As we already have a delay, I will try to squeeze my presentation to help all other lecturers to fit with the program. Our idea with this presentation was to try to tackle some very important issues about digital transformation in the field of education. And as all of us are in the middle of a pandemic crisis all around the world, we are all aware of the situation with education. So I will start with that experience from Serbia and experience of other countries of Europe and the world, showing us that it is possible to organize online education and to organize distance learning programs. But there are some additional questions raised during this period, questions that can help us, if we answer that questions, to start a real digital transformation of education. Even before the period of pandemic, it was obvious that we need to do something with our education on all levels. Not only in Serbia, I'm speaking about the general paradigms of education all around the world. So there were questions how to fit with a lot of facts and a lot of information and a lot of data that we as a civilization are producing every day. So some questions about education and some questions about the role of education in development of young persons in 21st century. So even before pandemic, there was a reasons to challenge the paradigms of organizing school classrooms, organizing classes, organizing subjects, organizing the way of teaching and grouping students all together. It is obvious that during the pandemic period, it was obvious that we succeeded to go online, to organize in technical way the distance learning programs. But there are questions about is it enough just to go online? Do we need to do something more? Also, it is showing us that it is not enough just to have a Google Classroom or to have a Zoom or to have any software solution for any problem. We need to have answers in which way we can rise the efficiency of education that is online. So it is not necessary to have a classroom of 20 or 30 pupils in online classrooms also. It is not necessary to have a schedule of subjects and classrooms during the week. We can do it in some blocks, or we can do it with project-oriented school classes. Also, it is not necessary to have classes of that are lasting for 45 minutes or 30 minutes. We can do it again in some time blocks and organize our students from different classes to do the projects in small groups and to have education and transfer of knowledge through the experience and through the project-oriented and problem-solving science classes. So we need to find a way before we find a solution for digital transformation of education. We need to find a way how we should promote creativity, how we should develop creativity, critical thinking, problem solving through developing of different projects, how to raise the competencies of our students, how to give them soft skills also that are not a part of official education, at least not in Serbia. But on the other hand, we need to have also education that teach our students about the facts, about the phenomena, about a lot of things that are including understanding of space and nature and human relations also. So it is not enough just to have soft skills and creative thinking. You need to have understanding of facts, understanding of phenomena, if you want to have opportunity to be creative or to have a critical view on some issue. Also, we need to teach our students how to do fact checking, how to deal with a lot of information. In Petnica, we are trying to do that in the field of science. So we are trying to teach them how to do the survey or in the scientific papers, in the scientific books, how to choose the best source for their small projects. Also, we need to think, if we are talking about digital transformation of education and going online, we need to think that schools has other side of their role in our lives. It is a social part of the and socialization. So it is important to find a way, even we are going online, how to organize to meet students, to give them opportunity to meet each other, how to give them opportunity to meet their teachers, professors, mentors, how to give them opportunity to exchange the experience and knowledge in person, not just online. So online tools can be very useful today. With just a mobile phone, today you can go to any laboratory in the world. You can use any telescope in the world with distance remote controls. You can meet any scientist in the world. So technology and technical solutions can help us to organize education in a proper way with real scientists, with real pictures and real-time processes in science and education. So you can visit Smithsonian Museum, you can visit any museum in the world live. You can have even guided tour through these scientific institutions all around the world in your classroom. But also, it is very important to think about motivation. So digital transformation is not just using of technology and using of online tools. We need to think about the motivation and focus of our students. If we don't have motivated students, our educational process will fail. So in the context of digital transformation, we also need to think about the motivation, the focus of students in their educational process. You know that less than 5% of people that are starting a course at Coursera are finishing the course. So we have a lot of opportunities at the internet, but we don't have always motivation to finish something. And in education, in educational process, on all levels, it is important to be committed to the educational process. And there is the additional role of teacher and professor in the digital era. Also, there is a problem if we are talking about digital transformation. This last 1 year is showing us that we can have a problem with digital divide, with students that are not having enough equipment to be a part of all processes in online and distance learning education. So it is very important to think and to give opportunity to all and to have digital education open for all students and youngsters, even if they are not in a good social situation. So the question is, what is the role of education in this century? After this 1 year of experience of pandemic and moving everything it is possible to online world, we have some experiments, live experiments in education, and we have some conclusions from all these experiments. And it is very important to have education that is oriented and that can follow the rapidly changing world, because it's very hard today to define what is the thing that we need to teach our students and they will need as a skill in 15 or even 10 years from now. There is a lot of jobs that are not existing yet, but will be existing in 5 or 10 years. So it is very important to prepare our students to be independent and to be with a very high level of critical thinking that are capable to do their own development, their own additional education, and to be aware that lifelong learning is a must in 21st century. So it's not just a skill of somebody that is a leader, it is skill of every person in today's world. Digital transformation requires a complete change in the way we are thinking on education, not just thinking about technology and digital transformation in a way of software. So we need to define the way in which we want to change our schools, our universities, and our processes in education. So it is not just a technological transition, it is a real paradigm transformation of the education. We need to abandon all paradigms of education of 20th century. and the importance role of teacher. They are staying as the most important pillar in the education, but now not just as a knowledge transfer person, they are staying as a pillars because they need to be a mentors to the students and to help them to develop the skills and knowledge that will help them to have a success in 21st century. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Božić, for this excellent talk. And I think you point the very important thing about the motivation. Yeah, we have now everything available on internet, and do you have some idea how in percent how it's all finished about the courses online? Are the kids motivated to finish their work if they start?
So from my perspective, from Petnica's perspective, it is very important to be as a mentor present in the during the whole process of developing project or developing some ideas in educational process. It's not just to give the task and to ask the answers at the end. So that is maybe the most important thing during the online education. And peer support is also important, and the support of other peers, other students to each other. It is also very important in the context of motivation and success at the end of that process.
Great, thank you. Is there any question, please? Please, this is unique opportunity to speak with one man who work in our and world-renowned institution. No? Okay.
There is a question in the chat room.
Mm-hmm.
It's about that we already had all these challenges almost 20 years ago, and I agree. But in early 2000s, it was just experiment, and at that time it wasn't it was like having something modern and fancy as a part of education, and it was not still a real web 2.0 approach. And after this pandemic period, it's for sure that we need to very fast to define a way to organize the distance learning processes. It is shown that it is possible to organize such programs, and I think that the biggest difference is that all systems in the world, educational systems, showed that they can adapt to this new situation. And if we did it with administration and bureaucracy, now it's in the field of experts and people that can define what is the role of education system, because in the new normal or in totally same normal in few years from now, I think that we will have some parts of online education as a part of regular education. So they need to be complementary traditional way of education and online education in a way, not to be just a way or. So I hope that in a few years we will have some examples and good solutions for mixing online and traditional education in a way of delivering. But if we are talking about changing paradigms, I think that we need to have a lot of different experiments all around the world to see what will happen. And it's not the same at the university level, and it's not the same on primary school level, because on primary school level, the social part of the school is much more important than on university level. So in different levels of education, we will need to have more or less big changes to prepare to be ready for next decades.
I remember I read news, I think on Bloomberg, that during the last year, the education for teachers and lecturers and are adapted, also added an online training in American university. Also, they opened the new, new profile of education of teachers and lecturers, online teacher on online lecture. They already adapted their training process.
At this moment, it is again, I think that critical thing is motivation and focus. At this moment, you have all bachelor programs at from MIT opened and available online. But it's up to us if we are ready to use it and to spend the time and to have a focus to finish and deliver the course. So it's also with educators, and I think that it's important to bring together educators with experience and with enthusiasm that are willing to share the experience and willing to discuss what is the best mixture and what is the best way to change the schools in the context of number of pupils in the group or students in the group, in the context of the way we are organizing classes as a timetable, and and in a way of interdisciplinary connecting the different subjects and a way of helping students understanding that there is a funny thing every year in Petnica when we have a program for primary school kids for the first time, and they have, for example, an essay to write about atom, and they are approaching us asking, is it atom from physics or from chemistry? So it's showing us the problems of understanding and understanding the nature and the science and as interdisciplinary field.
Thank you very much. Any question, comment? Do you think that the kids more easily adopt digital tools than the elderly, or the teachers actually?
There is a difference. It is obvious that pupils, millennials, and students that are born at the beginning of 21st century, they are more comfortable with all different digital devices. But also there is also professors and teachers, no matter the age, that are comfortable also with these tools. But it's there is a problem with the students because they are using these tools for fun mostly, and they are using tools for some short-term social media interactions. So the focus and motivation again is something that I think that it's the most important.
Thank you very much. Claudia Popescu said, I think it is a question of paradigm of education, not about how we organize education, face-to-face or online, or both.
I think that both is the good solution for some normal situation in the future.
Thank you. If there's no other question, comment, or something, I would like to warmly thank Mr. Božić to being with us and share his experience from Petnica. And I'm sure that it was the experience from the first line where young and future researchers and great scientists have made their first steps in Petnica. Not only Serbian young people, well, the kids from all over the world. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much.
And now we continue our program. The first presenter we have is Claudia Popescu. She's here. Yes.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, excellent. You can share your screen.
Wonderful. Hello to everyone. I'm honored to be part of such a professional environment. I want to congratulate organizer for the theme of the conference and my colleagues, of course, from earlier and yesterday for such an inspirational presentation. My name is Claudia Popescu. I work in a public library in Brașov, near the Dracula's Castle, as a head of a lifelong learning department. Besides the educational programs, we project and test new library services. I try to share my screen now. Can you see my screen? Right now.
Not yet. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Here it is.
Without having any idea about this difficult time that we will live, 3 years ago, we started to develop online cultural products in order to promote the library's collection. Our démarche was determined by 3 major reasons. The first is represented by the decline of the teenagers' interest in written culture. For more than a decade, going to the library is no longer a cool activity for young people, and this is not only happening in Romania. The second reason, a direct consequence of the technological expansion, is represented by the change of the cultural consumption practices of the young people, nowadays characterized by a greater desire for control over what and how they consume. They are looking for new experiences, provoking and stimulating. They are no longer just consumers, but also producers. And finally, another reason is represented by the gap between urban and rural, and while the cities, in the cities, the library services are competing by a series of cultural events, in rural environment, these services are totally missing. So, the collection that we chose to promote were those of art, literature, and classical music, because these fields are among the cultural concern of young people. Our library is the only public library in Romania that has a gallery established 20 years ago and developed over time. Currently, the collection includes over 200 works of graphics and paintings signed by important artists. Since 2013, Europeana has organized Give It Up, an annual competition that challenges people to reuse digitized cultural heritage material to produce unique gifts and share them online. We use this model for our art collection, available at the link that you see on the screen. And we edit sounds to enrich the information transmitted. For the literature, we developed 4 platforms, one dedicated to memorialist literature, such as a diary, another one for contemporary poetry, the third for the fiction genres, and the last for fairy tales. Written 100 years ago, the diary of Valeriu Braniște, a 17-year-old student, described the level of school education, the needs to build an intercultural way of thinking, as well as books read by young people and other interesting aspects of the time. We chose from this diary 20 texts that we consider it the most relevant and interesting for teenagers. And we generated new media contents like audio files, in which the content of the diary is played in the reading of a professional actor, graphic illustration that visually complement the same content made by a contemporary illustrator. Also, the original pages of the manuscript, which are not normally available to the general public, have been digitized and can be freely accessed now, along with all other media products created and transcribed from the original texts through this web application. Arsamandi, we organize this exhibition every year in February as a dialogue between fine art and poetry on one of the most beloved themes of art history, love. The aim is to approach and increase the interest of the young audience in this literary genre. Another platform is dedicated to book trailer, is the way in which our library has continued its creative media advertising activities of contemporary Romanian literature. We try to motivate young people to read and also to produce meaningful cultural products. We launch a book trailer contest every year on 23rd April, the International Book Day. On the book trailer platform, the teenagers can find the model of scenarios and other educational resources about the process of book trailer making. And the last platform dedicated to literature is, of course, the platform dedicated to fairy tales. The fairy tales is an audio platform. The fairy tales are read by librarians, but also by the children and parents. Because the time is very short, I don't present this platform about classical music, but we want to approach teenager to classical music. This exhibition, online exhibition, contain information about composers through literature and movies. And the final initiative developed in 2017 is a Reader's Advisory Service app that represents a daily encounter with literature. App users receive every day a reading recommendation containing information about the book subject, about the author, the image of the book cover, and the library where they can find the book. They can also share the information, buy the book online if they choose to, or write to the author on his Facebook page in case that the author has that account on Facebook. So I hope you enjoy my presentation. You can access all these platforms. Unfortunately, they are only in Romanian because we promote the collection of the library, but we intend to develop our reading advisor app in English too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claudia, and especially thank you for keeping the time. Thank you very much. Please, if you have some question for Claudia, don't hesitate to write on chat. She will be available to answer it. She will monitor.
Of course.
We have also a volunteer who monitor, and if you miss something, he will catch it. Thank you very much. I would like to call our next speaker, Frederick Trien and Rasha Boyce. Is there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh yeah, excellent. Just to find you, to give you the.
Yes, so I'll be the one presenting, and Fred should be also somewhere.
Yes, I'm around supporting.
Excellent. So maybe during my the presentation, he can monitor the chat and also answer the questions as they come along.
Great. You're welcome.
Thank you. Let me just share my screen. Okay, can you see it properly?
Yes, excellent.
Excellent. Okay, then I'll start. So my name is Rasa Bocita. I'm a researcher at the Netherlands Institute for Sound and Vision. And in this presentation, I would like to introduce a concept for a self-assessment and monitoring tool that we are currently developing in a European research project called Indices. So just a bit of background information about the project. Our aim is to develop a novel methodology for measuring the impact of digitization and reuse of cultural heritage. And more specifically, the questions that we would like to answer is what kind of societal and economic impact has resulted from the digitization of our cultural heritage, how this heritage is being reused in creative ways in these online environments and also offline, and also look at how can we kind of support and further improve the impact of the digitization activities. And the primary reason why we're looking at these questions is because the currently available tools for measuring impact of cultural and creative activities are not really sufficient. So let's say in Europe, we have tools such as Eurostat, which kind of show us the number of visitors in cultural activities, the revenue generated by all of these cultural heritage institutions. But these numbers don't really tell us kind of the full story about the broader societal and economic impact of the work that we are doing. So that's why in our project, we adopted a broader definition of impact, including how culture and creativity can improve citizen well-being and health, and how it can actually stimulate innovation and economic growth in other sectors, so that we kind of look at the broader spillover effects across the society. And I think it's essential to keep this kind of more comprehensive definition of impact in mind when we talk about digital transformation strategy, so that we're not only measuring our success in terms of the number of likes we get on social media platforms, on the number of visitors we attract to our websites, but actually look at more kind of deeper, substantial signals of the societal impact. So in order to achieve this, in the project, we are developing an open observatory, which primarily has kind of these three main ingredients. So first, we have a visual analytics dashboard where we are gathering data sources from online platforms to understand and visualize how audiences, kind of the behavior of audiences online, and how cultural content is being produced and shared and distributed in these online platforms, and also to monitor trends around digitization and intellectual property and all of these topics around it. Next to it, we have a participatory space where we provide a collaborative environment for dialogue and co-creation between cultural heritage professionals, researchers, policymakers, and representatives from creative industries. And finally, we have this self-assessment tool, which enables individual cultural heritage organizations to evaluate and adapt their business models and digital strategies. And the self-assessment tool is something that I would like to focus for the remaining part of this presentation. Now, before I move on, I have a bit of a confession to make. I know this conference focuses on digital transformation, but I'm not really a big fan of this term, digital transformation. I really cannot help but just associate it with these transformer robots, and I hope I'm not the only one in the audience who does so. For me, this metaphor of transformation kind of implies that it's something very flashy, something that's happening overnight. And I think it sets us up for a bit of unrealistic expectations. So what I like to think of instead is digital transition, something that's kind of slow, systematic changes and processes. And yes, it does sound less sexy and maybe less appealing, but I think it's the way to go if we want to kind of create more sustainable impact. And it's these kind of digital transitions over time that we need to monitor and support, and this is what we are trying to address with our self-assessment tool. So the main concept behind the self-assessment tool is to enable institutions to implement and assess and also to adapt their digital strategies over time. And the digital strategies that we have in mind, they're twofold. So first of all, on the left, we have this classical model of thinking about digital strategies, kind of the inside out thinking, where we as custodians of collections start from the collections, and we then think about the digitization processes and what we're going to do with these collections, how we're going to provide access to the audience. And if you've ever used any self-assessment tools in the past, this is kind of the strategy that most of them focus on. Now, what we see emerging more and more recently is these more participatory, bottom-up strategies that we call kind of ask for outside-in thinking. So instead of starting from the collection, we're actually starting to think about the user communities and our target audiences, and how can we empower them and engage them in all of these digitization, co-creation, enrichment, and curation processes that follow all of these activities. So when we consider self-assessment towards achieving and successfully implementing both of these digital strategies, I think it's crucial to think about their sustainability and implementing data-driven life cycles. So it's really not about one-off projects with cutting-edge technologies. We need to support and monitor deeper infrastructural organizational changes that can lead to these data-driven digital strategies. So on a more practical level, we are kind of at the point where we're conceiving how this self-assessment tool will look like. So this is kind of just a brief concept of how we envision it, and it's so much more than a survey. We kind of see it as more of a collaborative environment. So we do start with a questionnaire on different topics around kind of the digital strategies that we need to consider. And we do provide a kind of the analysis based on these results on where, kind of showing where each cultural heritage organization is in relation to the whole sector. And usually kind of the self-assessment tools stop at this point, at this report. So what we aim to do is to take this at least 1 or 2 steps further and provide domain-specific targeted resources, recommendations, and examples of how each organization can actually move forward in their digital strategy, given their specific goals and target audiences and resources. And on top of that, we hope to connect the self-assessment tool to the participatory environment that I mentioned earlier as part of our open observatory. And this would allow organizations in similar contexts to come together to share and innovate together, and also to tap into the knowledge that's already existing in the community. And I think there's definitely a lot of excitement about sharing and innovating together. And also what we hope to do is to actually involve policymakers in these discussions so that they can keep kind of a vigilant watch and monitor what is happening in the sector and better understand the needs of organizations in a specific domain or specific region. So just to finish with kind of circling back to this idea about digital transitions, the self-assessment provides us a great way for individual organizations, but also sector as a whole to monitor how these transitions happened and to ensure that we have appropriate tools and actions to support this. So we can actually observe trends in different regions and in different domains and identify what support, what resources, what policies are needed to build the capacity of heritage organizations and to observe the effectiveness of these measures over time so that we can improve them and increase the impact of cultural heritage sector in general. So that's kind of the brief introduction to the tool. As I mentioned, we're still kind of at the early stages of developing it, and we hope to have a first prototype in a couple of months, hopefully. And we would really like to host some kind of collaborative brainstorming sessions with cultural heritage organizations, especially from Europe. So if anyone would be interested in participating in these events, feel free to reach out to me or send us an email via any of these channels that mentioned here. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for this amazing presentation and amazing tool you have. For sure, I will contact you and hope the other participants will also. Any question? You will stay here, of course. For any question, we must continue. Thank you very much. We'll be in contact for sure for some future cooperation. Excellent tool. I would like to call Miss Amanda Harrison. Is she here?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Oh, welcome. Good morning. Is
Yes, good morning.
You're coming from the USA? Yeah, 6 schools of
Yes, yes.
McPherson, Kansas. What
Mm-hmm.
time is in Kansas now?
It is 5:30 in the morning, so not too bad.
Oh, sorry about the timing, but
No, no, it's a pleasure to be here, so thank you.
thank you for being with us. Amanda sent us a pre-recording video. I will let the video as so very quickly. She will be here and monitoring the chat. If you have any question for Amanda, please send her a question on her on a chat. Oh, just a minute. Here we go. Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, I am a school librarian. I work at 6 different schools here in McPherson, Kansas, and I recently completed my doctorate here in the United States through Emporia State University, but had the opportunity to interview many wonderful Serbian librarians for that dissertation. So it's an honor to be back here and present and talk about a different part of my life, which is the professional school librarianship here in Kansas. Hello, my name is Dr. Amanda Harrison, and I'm going to talk about how teachers and librarians have found an increased need for robust technology-enabled social and professional networks during the COVID-19 pandemic. Just a quick introduction about myself. I am a school librarian in the United States in the state of Kansas. I serve pre-K, so 3 and 4-year-olds through 12th grade, and I have a doctorate in library and information science through Emporia State University. And I'm glad to be back virtually for this Serbian conference. My dissertation was on Serbian librarians, and many of them graciously agreed to be interviewed by me, and I'm just glad to be back, even if it's in this virtual world. So how have teachers and librarians found a increased need for professional networks? Part of that is just the increase in professional learning that the COVID-19 pandemic has required of them. So, for example, the things that are listed here are things that we didn't have to worry about before the pandemic. Books were not being quarantined. Now libraries are considering in-person services versus push-out or curbside type services in many areas, virtual services. They are needing to negotiate different types of mask requirements and how those are changing in different times. They have had to deal with copyright challenges. Here in the United States, we had many libraries and schools who were moving towards virtual services, and copyright was not something that was quite as intense a need as before. So, of course, libraries have always been concerned with copyright, but in many cases, actually navigating the nuances of that in the virtual world was something that was new. They are coordinating access to e-resources and e-learning. So again, e-resources is not something that's new for libraries in most cases, but the intensity of the need was certainly much greater and it continues to be greater during the COVID-19 pandemic. Finally, librarians and teachers have found a need to connect with each other regarding changing schedules, changing school schedules, and changing expectations with what they are being asked to do. So in all these cases, oftentimes librarians and teachers were a little bit at a loss as to what the best choice was. They were trying to navigate new information For example, with quarantining of the books, that is something that we began to learn about at the beginning of last summer, but then we continued to get more studies and more information. So following professional networks, following social networks enabled many librarians to continue to further their knowledge about what would be the best for them, what would be best for their patrons, what would be best for their library staff. In many cases, this led to an increased camaraderie. People were connecting virtually in many ways that they hadn't before. So there was an increased need for collaboration. We could no longer continue to work in our box. We had to collaborate, and often that meant with people we hadn't collaborated with before. Maybe new teachers were asking us for resources that had not asked for them before. In some cases, those collaborations were not even people that we work directly with. They might have been people in our state, in our county, in some cases across the United States or across the world. So some of this was due to the increase in virtual educational opportunities. So many authors, artists, museums, etc. really started to open up their virtual opportunities for students. So negotiating that and having those different groups, being supportive, saying, hey, you know, we are here for you. We have things that are free that you can offer your students. Just a kind of sense of we're in this together kind of thing. New social media groups popped up. Some of those were directly related to pandemic teaching or learning. Some of them were not, but they recognize that increased need for people to connect with each other, especially when many were working from home and didn't have those opportunities to connect. So there's just an increased reliance on professional networks, professional associations, some of them ones that people had been connected to in the past, and some of them that were new. So, of course, you know, we've all been dealing with this COVID-19 pandemic globally. But we've seen that different countries have had different reactions, different areas. Even in the United States, of course, we are so big that, you know, different areas of the country have been hit at different times or, you know, in different ways. So one of the teachers that I had worked with several years ago had actually moved to China and then was in Hong Kong during the pandemic. So, you know, seeing her and her school go virtual many months before ours did, it kind of gave a sense of, okay, here's what they did. You know, we're not going to do it the same way, of course, but here's what we can learn, and here's what we can apply to our own school and to our own teaching. Of course, different areas have also had different safety requirements. And of course, our just evolving understanding of the virus has changed. So seeing that throughout the world has really kind of showed us how we want to choose to do things here. One of the things that we have also noticed is that we really just need just-in-time information for patrons. So our patrons are having increased needs, whether in the school library, public library, whichever, and those needs are a little bit different, especially if we're trying to get people what they need virtually. But what we've also noticed is that people are stressed. They have social emotional needs that need to be considered. And sometimes that means that you may have told them about the ebooks or e-resources a month ago, but they weren't ready for those then. They didn't have the bandwidth, they didn't have time to really investigate or look into it. But maybe this next month they will be more interested and they will have some more time they won't have as many home needs that they have to consider, and they might be interested in looking at those ebooks then. So post 2021, what is going to look different in the library? Of course, we're going to have continued access, hopefully, to virtual events. I hope that conferences like this one will continue to be around so we can participate and learn from each other globally, even when we can't leave our homes. Of course, we're going to need increasingly even more digital tools and digital learning. And as we've seen with this pandemic, we just need more equity in digital access. That is not something that everyone has, and we need to continue to offer more access, not just to the internet and tools, but also to the how to access information digitally. Hopefully, librarians and libraries will continue to fight misinformation and just continue cross collaborations between different types of libraries and educators. Even though the pandemic is something that seems new and is still ongoing, it has not been completely ignored in scholarly literature, and we can start to see that different school librarians, academic librarians, public librarians are starting to talk about the pandemic and the lessons learned and what we need to consider in the future. So I look forward to hearing what other people have experienced and how they have found ways to navigate this pandemic and virtual world.
Thank you, Amanda, for sharing with us this amazing experience and how it's going and how it was in the USA. Thank you very much. Thank you for get up this early morning.
Thank you.
Of course, if you have any questions, comment, please send to Amanda on the chat. We must continue. Our colleague, I would like to call Ms. Dunja Branko.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Welcome, and I'm glad you're being with us.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me well? Everything
Yes, yes, excellent.
Okay.
The screen is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, just to make it visible. Okay, I think my presentation will go good with Amanda's because there's like a collaboration among libraries, and we'll just mention why libraries are also really, really important for us. I will talk about information and digital literacy in education. So I did a small research. I analyzed some essays from first-year students in Spanish language 1 class at the Department of Iberian Studies at the Faculty of Philology in Belgrade. So first, I will present myself just so you have a greater picture. I'm a PhD student at the University of Belgrade, Faculty of Philology, and I'm currently working as a teaching assistant at the Department of Iberian Studies. And during this time, I gained some interest in early foreign language acquisition, linguistic gender equality, and information literacy. So I now am focusing more or less on information literacy and digital transformation. So I focused also this research on that. So I will just go briefly, just why and how I managed to look this concepts. So I focused on information literacy and why we need this concept in education. So information resources are applied in a work situation. That's what I took here from Zorkovsky and from Behrens and some other authors, and that techniques and skills are needed for using information tools and primary sources, and information is used in problem solving. During this time, there was also digital literacy that was included in these definitions. But I think the most important thing here is that we ask a question: when and how do we learn about information and digital literacy, and in which cases do we use them? So I focused on education and transformation during time and integration into the education system of these literacies. I took a closer look at practices in certain countries all around the world, and I saw some needs for additional education and greater accessibility to libraries, especially now in this period of a pandemic and global change for digital transformation. In my research, I showcased some practical examples, needs, pardon, and also some failures because not many libraries could maintain this digital transformation and also access to information in a global picture. But most certainly, I wanted to focus on these literatures in Serbia and to see some samples and partings to see how they're functioning in our education, so mainly in Belgrade. My research group was first-year students of bachelor from Department of Iberian Studies at Faculty of Philology, so generation 2020 and 2021. This was the generation that had only 1 month live classes and all the other classes were online. So it was really, really different way of lecturing. The idea was to examine their ability to reference relevant sources. Among other things, also it is really, really important to mention which relevant sources they used for their research, for those definitions that I will mention later, and how they managed to search them online or they went to libraries and etc. The hypothesis was that these literacies were insufficiently developed among these students. And the methodology that I used was through analyzing essays for this subject, Spanish language 1 class. And there was that activity that needed to define linguistic terms in Serbian, so not any foreign language, just in Serbian. And they needed to take those definitions from relevant sources, and they needed to sign those papers, of course. So the requirements for these activities were to define these linguistic terms, philology, diachronic and synchronic linguistics, perspective, descriptive, and historical grammar, diglossia, and bilingualism. They needed to use at least one sentence. So it didn't need to be 1 page or 2 pages, just at least one sentence to define these terms. And they needed to use relevant sources. So especially we mentioned that Wikipedia is not a relevant source, but other websites that they found they could be relevant, we allowed them. They could work in pairs or individually. They needed to sign the paper, upload the paper to the platform Moodle, which we use on the faculty, and my colleagues will talk about that platform later. They needed to make document and font and size type which they wanted, so it was not specified. And it was also not indicated as necessary to cite these used sources. So they needed to take these linguistic terms from relevant sources, but we didn't mention it is necessary. We thought maybe it can go just like they thought that it will be necessary. We will see later what happened. And this activity, they could gain 5 points for it as a pre-exam obligation. So there was 85 participants from more or less, it was a whole year of students, but there were 80 papers because 10 of them worked in pairs. From these 80 papers, 65 of them referenced used sources, even though it wasn't mentioned in the instruction, and 15 of them, did not. So from this number 65, 32 had a combination of books, textbooks, and relevant websites. So they just didn't search online. They searched also through other books that they have and textbooks. 6 of these did not contain a signature, and 2 works had Wikipedia mentioned as a relevant website, which we said that wasn't allowed. 21 used only books and textbooks as relevant sources, so they did not search on websites. From these works, 3 were unsigned, 3 had the definitions copied from Wikipedia, and they didn't mention it, at least that, and 2 did not contain all the definitions required. And 12 cited only relevant websites, so they didn't use books nor textbooks. One of these didn't have author signature. And from 15 that did not have a reference to sources, 8 had some definitions copied from Wikipedia, 2 were unsigned and copied from Wikipedia, 1 did not contain all the definitions, and 1, a part of all the definitions, did not contain a signature. From all of these, only 13 were unsigned. I can say only because I think it's not a big number. 10 with reference to sources and 3 without. A little bit of percentage. So 81% of the papers had relevant sources referenced, although it wasn't mentioned in the instruction for the activity. From the old papers, so 19% of the rest, I think they were not on academic level due to the lack of reference sources, take information for irrelevant websites, like we mentioned, and omitting some definitions. But from 81%, 21 of it also contained some errors of absence of signature, copying information from irrelevant website, like we mentioned it, and omitting some definitions. So moreover, 60% of all of the papers were done entirely according to the academic standards with clearly explained definitions, cited relevant sources, and they were signed by the author. But we have to ask the question, is 60% enough or should it be 100%, considering the academic level of education? So here I would like to connect with yesterday's presentation of Dobrica Sagić. I think that there was a question that there is no need for the library and librarians. And I think that is a big mistake, because in this example, we can see that there was a leak of involvement of libraries and librarians. And I think with that implementation, it could be better. So some needs here are related to implementing information on digital literacy in theory and practice in high school, while in primary school we can do it through some non-formal education, so not as a separate subject, but to make interdisciplinary studies. I think it could be really interesting and also productive. And I think, like I mentioned, for that no need of librarians and libraries, that we need active involvement of libraries and librarians in education, especially in higher education, with adequate guidance. So through these new academic challenges, especially now in these ages of pandemia and digital transformation. And I have to mention at this Department of Librarian Studies that I'm currently active at, we had a leak of librarians, and we had problems to come through libraries in these periods of pandemia. So it was really a difficult period for researchers and also for all the students to access all the necessary materials live and also online, because they were not transferred to online versions. So we need to implement more and to transmit that knowledge for our students. And I also think that there is one other research that I'm currently conducting, but I think there is a need also for more detailed research that could include other years of bachelor studies and other teaching subjects at this department, so we can see the greater picture, or is it just a separate case, and this year specialties. So we will see what will happen. But I needed to mention now that there is a really big need for libraries and librarians in this higher education. I think this also digital transformation can help the involvement. Okay. And I referenced some, of course, sites. What would it be without it? And I want to thank you for your attention. And if you have any critics or questions, you can mention me in the chat or send me an email. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dunya, for this very interesting presentation and very, very valuable information you share with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please ask Dunya in a chat everything you think is what you think is could be valuable for you. I would like to call our next speaker. It's our colleague Vlatka Lemić. Vlatka, are you here? Just to see, is she in a list? I don't see her. Okay, we continue with the next speaker. Maybe Vlatka will show later. And I would like to call our colleagues Ivana Pešić, Suzana Tanasijević, and Ivica Lazarević. Are they here? Oh, hello there.
Hello, Andrea.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you very much. Hello to you and good day to everyone in the name of our team consisting of Ivana Pešić, Ivica Lazarević, and myself, Suzana Tanasijević. On behalf of the Public Library in Jagodina and our team, I would like to greet all conference participants and organizing committee and wish to all successful work. So let's begin. We have decided to open this presentation with the famous Crawford and Gormaz words because they best reflect of our work, and which read: libraries serve humanity. Respect all forms by which knowledge is communicated. Use technology intelligently to enhance service. Protect free access to knowledge. Honor the past and create the future. That would be all from me in the opening part, and now my colleague Ivana Pešić will continue on.
Hello, for me, I will continue with our presentation. Public Library in Jagodina started its digital transformation years ago. Beyond its cultural and educational mission, the library also has the role of guardian the local heritage. In that context, during 2008, the library began to develop the process of digitization at the native department, and since then, it has continuously improved the development of software in project activities. The goal of all implemented library projects, which you see on the slide, are to improve the lives of different categories of people in the local community. By the financial support and assistance of Google, with the realization of the regional project Digital Citizen, public libraries organized coding workshops with the microbits and enabled borrowing of microbits and do-it-yourself kits, do-it-yourself sets. The public library in Jagodina is one of 20 libraries awarded with the modern equipment and one of 5 that received a 3D printer as a reward for the achieved results. The goal of the project is to strengthen the digital competencies of children and adults in the community, as well as the transformation of library into digital, innovative, and educational centers. Raising the level of IT knowledge, especially among the younger generation, would also prepare young people for the increasingly demanding labor market. Project based on the STEM concept, which includes 4 principles: creativity, collaboration, critical thinking, and communication, which is a set of characteristics that should form the basis of education in the 21st century. The pandemic has made the library able to adapt to the new normal situation and the services that are online and available to the larger audience. So the number of microbits borrowing has increased as shown by statistic. The COVID effect shows that 275 were approved during the pandemic period. The knowledge gained through the implementation of the project Digital Citizen led us to create a seminar for librarians. We teach librarians how to use these educational equipment technologies so that they can organize free coding workshops and create digital objects for the public in their libraries using the Moodle platform. More about Moodle platform and other digital tools, Ivica Lazarević will say to you.
Yes. Hello, everyone. In order to spread digital transformation, important topic is education of educators. So you can see at the left perfectly good traditional librarian. Her task is to provide access to information. The same task has digital educator. It's only in digital context. He or she also have to provide access to information, but he or she have to give instruction on information literacy and organize digital workshops. So through process of digital transformation, we need to make from traditional librarian to make digital educator. In order to be able to organize digital workshops, on these slides you can see few photos from digital workshops held in public library in Jagodina and public library in Ćuprija. And through those workshops, we used some tools as microbits, 3D printers, and Lego Mindstorms robotic kit sets in order to teach children programming and other digital skills. It is not only librarians that should be educators, users should also become educators. So process should involve these steps. Librarians and users should learn some new digital skill. After that, they will implement those skills, and through that process of implementation, they will improve and develop something new. After that, they should share that with colleagues and other users from other libraries.
Maybe the presentation.
Did you share presentation? I don't.
Everything is okay. We see. Okay. Everything is okay.
Great. Thank you very much. In order to make possible this kind of collaboration, we should use some digital platform for online learning, and we choose Moodle learning management system. Every digital platform for online learning should provide user management. We as a library should know who has access to digital content. We must have course management that will enable us to do content delivery and sharing. That includes text, video, various interactive content, and also we need to make possible collaboration between all those participants.
Sorry, it seems that it's frozen, actually. Can you restart sharing your screen, please?
Okay, I'll do stop sharing and share it again. Can you see it now? It should be titled Moodle Learning Management System.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So learning management system should provide all those stuff you can see from at the left side that I mentioned before. And someone might think that such a platform, just a moment. Such a platform could be expensive, but Moodle is free software, and when I say free, it's free as in freedom, and also it's free as in free beer. So despite that, Moodle is free software. It does not mean that total cost of ownership of Moodle is zero. You have to lease servers, you have to have staff that will implement software, etc. You can see small showcase. We are trying to present something that from our personal experience. You can see one section from Digital World Moodle course that we started. This is another page where you can see article from this course with text and embedded video. This is interactive video that includes questions. So user, in order to be able to continue video, has to answer the question. There are many different resources, and there are standard resources that are shipped with the Moodle platform. But beside those resources, there are even more, hundreds or thousands third-party plugins. Some of those plugins are garbage, and there are other plugins that are excellent. The main point here is that Moodle is a modular system that enables everyone to customize platform to his own needs. And finally, if you're interested in Moodle, there arises a question how to start using Moodle. You can do self-hosting. You can download Moodle software, list server, install those stuff you can see from the right, and start using Moodle. If you don't have stuff in your library, you can pay to some service provider. You can see here official Moodle cloud from people who develop Moodle, but maybe better option is to hire local service provider. Also, we are interested to collaborate with other libraries in order to provide users with interesting digital content. At the end, Moodle is just another tool in librarians toolbox. Also tools that we used as microbits, 3D printing, and Mindstorms. All those tools are just tools. The main here, users are the main here, and librarians. So tools can't replace people. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation and the valuable information you share with us, especially how you organize your Moodle platform. It's amazing, great.
Thank you very much.
Any question, please send it on the chat. We must continue. I would like to call our colleague Daniela Braniesz. Is she here?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Can you hear me well?
Sorry?
Can you hear me well?
Yes, excellent.
Okay, great. So my name is Daniela Braniesz. I am a lecturer at the Faculty of Philology in Belgrade. I teach German in the first and second year of bachelor studies. I think my presentation has a lot to do with my research with what Dunya Brankov mentioned before me. I think I have sent you the presentation so you can play it. And should there be any questions further, I am at your disposal after the presentation.
Yes, presentation is ready. It goes right now.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Daniela Vranjes and I am a lecturer at the Faculty of Philology in Belgrade. My subject for today is digital literacy among bachelor students at our university as a prerequisite for information, media, and communication literacy. As for the structure of this presentation, I will start with a short introduction, then I will explain the research methodology, after which I will go into a more detailed presentation of the results, as well as try to draw some conclusions about the impact the results have on the studies. So, let's start with the introduction. First of all, we are all aware of the fact that digital competence is a skill needed in almost all aspects of our life if we want to be a functional part of today's society. Information are published on the internet even before they appear in a printed newspaper or on TV, resulting in media being greatly dependent on the internet and social networks, which are slowly becoming the main way of reaching the public. Moreover, we are witnesses of the fact that interpersonal communication, especially during the time of the pandemic, is increasingly taking place online, that is, over different social networks, forums, and communication apps. Therefore, the ability to manage in a virtual space represents an important prerequisite for the development of information, media, and communication literacy. Other than that, the coronavirus pandemic has changed the role of digital devices in our everyday life, but above all, it has had a great impact on the educational system worldwide. Digital devices have become a necessity for an unhindered participation in the educational process as a whole. This is why we wanted to investigate the digital skills of our students and see if they have any impact on their current studies. As for the research methodology, a questionnaire has been created for the students. It consists of 6 parts: personal data, use of digital devices, computer literacy and text editing, use of the internet, use of computer and internet for the purposes of studies, and the impact of the pandemic on digital literacy. Altogether, 338 students at all 4 years of bachelor studies have taken part in the study. It is also important to note that the questionnaire is based on the self-assessment of the students, wherefore it cannot be treated as objective. It rather offers an overview of the students' perception of their own digital skills and needs. Now I will go into detail about the results of the study. When it comes to the use of different digital devices, we can see that most students use their smartphone for accessing information related to the studies, whereas only a small minority uses their computer or both devices equally for this purpose. As the following graphic shows, these devices are mostly used for attending online classes and writing papers. However, all tasks related to studies are highly ranked, which highlights the necessity of digital skills for successful studies all the more. When it comes to the use of the operative system, a great majority of the students are satisfied with their skills, among which some wish to improve their skills even further. As for programs for text editing, students are highly satisfied with their skills in Microsoft Word and Microsoft PowerPoint, but the situation is different with Microsoft Excel. A great majority of the students sees room for improvements in this area, which does not come as a big surprise, given that the data analysis is not an essential tool during the bachelor studies. It would, however, be interesting to investigate this subject among master's or PhD candidates, since they are involved in research more than bachelor studies and therefore might have to use tools for data analysis more often. When online programs are in question, it is noticeable that students don't use programs for text editing or online storage possibilities nearly as often as they use Microsoft Office programs. A great percentage of the participants have never used them or know how to use them, but almost never do. Information literacy is also an important skill for future academic citizens. When it comes to differentiating among reliable and unreliable information, most students claim to be able to do so. However, almost a quarter of the participants, which is not a negligible percentage, are not sure if they are able to make a difference or even deem themselves unable to do so. Nevertheless, the factors that depict information literacy when it comes to finding information paint quite an optimistic picture. Namely, the reliability of the information has been named as the most important factor when finding information. Moreover, most students claim to look through several pages in the search engine and check the reliability of the source before deeming the information correct. Appearance of the page does not seem to play an important role as long as the information given are deemed reliable. During the pandemic, most professors held online lessons via various online meeting platforms. When it comes to the use of these platforms, most students claim to be satisfied with their use and do not find it necessary to improve their skills in this area, possibly due to the fact that they see the pandemic as temporary. Irrespective of the pandemic, the Faculty of Philology has been using the blended learning model with help of the Moodle platform since 2010. Given that the students have to use this platform almost every day, it does not surprise that a great majority is satisfied with their skills regarding this platform. Given that digital devices have been used considerably more often due to the studies taking place in a virtual space, we wanted to investigate if the students think their digital skills have improved during this time. Surprisingly, most of the students do not think they've improved their skills or claim to be able to use some programs somewhat better. This comes as a surprise in so much as many as 80% of the students state they have used the computer during the pandemic more than before the pandemic, while 40% of them use their smartphone more than before. So it would be safe to assume that their digital skills would have improved at least somewhat, at least when it comes to platforms for online lessons. In the end, it is important to note once more that the questionnaire was based on self-assessment of the students and that it cannot be treated as objective. This would require another kind of research. However, it can be concluded that students have used their digital devices more during the time of the pandemic, which has led to some improvements in their digital skills, for example, regarding Microsoft Office programs. Their statements in relation to information literacy also give reason for an optimistic outlook, given that information reliability has been named as one of the most important factors. All in all, a great majority of the students deem their digital skills satisfactory for an unhindered participation in the educational process. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Daniela, for this very interesting presentation. Any question for Daniela? It is interesting how students use smartphones for education. Yes. Thank you. You can continue to talk with Daniela on a chat. We must continue. I would like to call our next presenters, Ružica Rebrović-Habek and Zvijezdana Dukić. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Hello. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah. We can hear you.
Me.
Excellent.
I put on camera, but yeah. Anyway, I recorded my presentation, so
yes, I prepared.
Yeah, I'm not sure if my colleague Ružica is here because she had to go to the class. So yeah, that's time how she. So it will be only me, and I think we are ready. Yeah. Thank you everybody for listening.
Please, any question you have for Zvijezdana, ask in a chat. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Thank you for attending our presentation. The title of our presentation is Microsoft Teams, Serving the Needs of School Librarians. In this presentation, we will demonstrate how primary school librarians within their professional association in Zagreb, Croatia, use the virtual platform Microsoft Teams, shortly also called Teams, to connect and collaborate. The motivational factor for the creation of a virtual professional community was the school closure in March 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Using this virtual platform enabled school librarians to collaborate, share ideas and resources, and also support students' learning by supplying them with various learning activities. Let's take a look at the Microsoft Teams platform itself. Microsoft Teams is a communication and collaboration platform developed by Microsoft as part of the Microsoft 365 group of products. The platform involves various capabilities, such as chat, video conferencing, file storage, and also integration with many other Office 365 applications. Users can create separate channels focused on specific topics. Teams supports threaded conversations, meaning that messages are grouped with their replies. Analytics for teams and channels provides insight into usage patterns and activity of team group members. The Professional Association of School Librarians in Zagreb, in Croatian called Županijsko stručno vijeće, was established for librarians' regular professional development. The association comprises 65 members, school librarians, and they used to meet regularly face-to-face to share their knowledge and experiences. Since COVID-19 measures discouraged indoor gatherings, school librarians decided to continue to work together in a virtual space. At the beginning of March 2020, the association coordinator created a virtual learning community on Microsoft Teams and named it ŽSV, in Croatian, Županijsko stručno vijeće. Let's take a look at the ŽSV Teams platform structure. The platform included 7 channels. First channel was general, for some general information for school librarians. Then educational games. School librarians, dedicated to sharing professional resources. Culture, organization and activities, including theater plays, museums, exhibitions, and some similar events. Then library instruction, online digital tools, and collaboration with teachers. Now let's take a look at a screenshot from the ŽSV Teams channel called School Librarians. We can see on the picture 3 posts. One is about copyright, including various teaching materials for copyright. Then the second post is about Loom, including instructions how to use this tool. And the third one is about various instructional materials. Now let's take a look at the ŽSV Teams Group Analytics. This is for the time March 2nd, 2020 to May 30, 2020. From the screenshot, we can see that 38 school librarians joined the ŽSV Teams. We had 36 active members and they placed 135 posts and 86 replies. They used 6 applications and posted documents occupying 37.99 megabytes on SharePoint platform. On this slide, we have 2 pictures telling us more about ŽSV Teams members' engagement. The left picture shows posts and replies, where posts are in blue and replies in gray, so we can see how many replies are provided for each post. On the right side picture, we can see a trend line of users' activities. Left are number of users and at the bottom dates, so we can see users' activity by dates. It was mentioned that they used 6 applications. So they used forms to create quizzes. They also used Loom for recording various instructional materials. Then Sway for preparing presentations. Genially was used to create escape rooms for students. Google Drive was used for building a virtual library, and SharePoint for document storage. Now we will take a look at the JSV Teams members' feedback. After 3 months of using JSV Teams platform for their professional work and collaboration, group members were asked to estimate the usefulness of this virtual group. We can see that 37 group members found the JSV Teams virtual group useful, and only 1 didn't know. Most useful JSV Teams channels were general, cultural organization and activities, and online digital tools. Group members were also asked to provide some verbal comments regarding the usefulness of the JSV Teams group. And here are some of these comments. First, everything is as it should be, nothing to change. Then, I would like that more people post on our JSV Teams group. Praise for the themes and performances of JSV. The virtual classroom is extremely interesting. It abounded in valuable and useful things that we can apply in our online work. There are too many channels. It might be clearer if they were defined differently. So the last one comment is including some ideas how to improve the group. And finally, let's make some conclusions based on findings from Teams analytics and school librarians' feedback. Therefore, we can conclude that establishing the JSV Teams was a very successful project that was well accepted by primary school librarians in Zagreb. Then, school librarians found the JSV Teams virtual group useful for their professional work. And Teams virtual platform is suitable for primary school librarians' professional collaboration and can be recommended to others. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Zviazdana, for this valuable experience you share with us. Any question? Well, actually, we have some 5 minutes for our discussion. If anyone has some comment about all the session from the beginning, who would like to say something, please don't be shy. You can ask, comment, anything you think, anything you wish.
Maybe Fred Truijnen here from Leuven University. Maybe given the interesting composition of this session, I think we are indeed moving forwards to a situation where cultural heritage institutions and education should work more tightly together and see how these digital collections can be a common ground for our activities in both sectors. And I think we try in the Europeana education community also to work towards that we bring museum educators in contact with teachers and vice versa. And these many platforms that we saw, like the Moodle platform, etc., are ideal to set up joint activities, I would say. So I'm very happy to have seen and met some interesting projects here, and we'll certainly be in contact.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Excellent point. Actually, that was the idea of the making of this conference, is to get together the education professionals and the cultural professionals to make something together to be more closely. Excellent point. Yeah, especially now their cultural institutions have their content online. All that content can be used actually in a lectures. So that's the point. Let's do together. We can learn a lot from them, how to better present our content, and they can learn from us how to better use that content to the pupil. Thank you. Excellent point. And I believe, and I think this is the starting point of the next development of both sectors. Any comment?
There is a question in the chat box for Zvezdana. I saw that Daniela wrote.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Do you think anything should be improved regarding the Meets platform? Do you think you will continue using it even after pandemic? From Daniela.
Oh, yes, I started. You hear me, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I started to type a reply. Actually, school librarians in Zagreb, they are still using this platform, and they changed some channels, and they made some changes, and it's continually changing, but they are still using it, although schools resumed, and they find it very useful for their professional development. My colleague Ružica, she works in this school, and she was the one who initiated this platform and organized this group. And we also conducted a survey with participants, school librarians, and we plan to analyze this data and publish a paper. But this is actually very interesting, and Ružica was very surprised actually how many people joined and how active they were on this platform. So it was quite a successful idea to do it at the time of COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, I think it's time to okay. Zvezdana answered on a chat. Thank you. The chat will be recorded and will be available on our website. Well, we came to time to finish this. Of course, we talk about digital transformation and everything what can be digitized, but one thing we still cannot digitize, that's our lunch. So it's the right time to have a lunch break. See you in 20 minutes. Have a nice time, have a nice rest, take a rest. There's a lot of interesting thing in a 20-minute starts. Please have a nice lunch. Take a rest a little bit. See you in 20 minutes.
Pa sad ću ja tamo podgrijat pa ćemo jest, može?
Good day, dear friends. I'm very glad to be here. I hope all we are already here. Yes. So my name is Anton Purnik. I'm from Moscow, Russia, Russian State Library for Young Adults. And today I'll be the chair of this section. This section is named IT Infrastructure in Cultural and Educational Institutions. I think it will be very interesting session. And I hope all the presenters are already here. We'll have about 1 hour and a half, 10 minutes per every presenters. And after all these presentations, we'll have a Q&A session. So we'll start in according with the program. And the first presenter is, I should say sorry for pronunciation if there will be some mistakes, okay? So the first presenter is Anna Georgievich with her presentation. Okay, so we can start. You have 10 minutes. And please, one thing, if it's possible, not turn off the camera. It's always very comfortable when you can see all the persons in front of you, not to speak in front of empty screen. Okay, so let's all stay with our cameras. Anna, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, Anton.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you. We can start.
Just to share my screen, if you can enable.
Okay, I'm not organizer, so if organizer can make you
just a second. Here I am. Hello, everyone. Sorry for late. Who needs to be, and who is the first? Anna Georgievich.
Anna Georgievich. Dear friends, please change your names according to the program, because it's a bit difficult to choose the certain person. As far as I understand, Anna Georgievich, you named Otvorena Nauka Serbia.
Yes, I don't know why it is my name. Never mind.
So could you please make Otvorena Nauka Serbia co-host?
Okay, I have now permission for sharing
Okay,
my
great.
screen. Thank you.
Let's start.
I can start. Can you see?
Yes, we can see. Yes.
My
Great,
presentation.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. First of all, let me introduce myself. I work as a librarian at the Faculty of Chemistry, where I'm the manager of our institutional repository called Cherry. I'm also part of the repository development team at the University of Belgrade Computer Center as a person responsible for end user support. Today, I will present the policy for open access to research infrastructures at the University of Belgrade Computer Center, but the main focus of my presentation is user support for librarians and researchers. Here you can see on this slide the hyperlink to the mentioned policy available in English, TRAP RTSUB IT solution and organizational model for the implementation of institution or thematic repositories. RTSUB is acronym for University of Belgrade Computer Center, and TRAP is acronym for the repository development team. Another document which is actually the most important for us is National Open Science Platform. Numerous institutional repositories have been established after the Ministry of Education, Science and Technological Development adopted in July 2018. Similarly to other international open science policies, the platform requires researchers to deposit publications funded by the ministry in repositories and make them open access. The platform also specifies some technical requirements. For example, in order to be compliant, repositories must support Open Archive Initiative Protocol for metadata harvesting, and the metadata should be aligned with Dublin Core specifications. And there we have introduced a new term to work process of establishing new repositories, repositorization. And as you can see, the process has been very intensive after the adoption of the Open Science Platform. After the adoption of the Open Science Platform, and in these green boxes, you can see the names of our repositories. And there's also a list of 24 established repositories for now on the RTSUB website. What is the difference? I will tell you something about our repository development. The difference between our repositories and other repositories in Serbia. We use, all of our repositories use a DSpace-based software platform, and the software platform is compliant with the open air guidelines for literature repositories, third version, and it is compatible with relevant international infrastructures. And also we have 4 external applications developed to improve DSpace functionalities and respond to users' needs. And something about visibility, once the repository is registered with aggregators as a data provider, the metadata will be automatically harvested and displayed on other portals, like you can see Base, Core, OpenAir, WorldCat, Google Scholar, Unpayable, and currently open access full text from our repositories are also available in Core. Full text, but metadata for everyone. And these portals harvested and displayed our metadata in relatively regular time intervals. That is actually the way to ensure a greater visibility of scientific results. There are some examples of promoting our repositories through aggregators. As you can see, this is Cherry, our repository at the Faculty of Chemistry, where I work, and we follow statistics also. We have interesting statistics, visits, downloads, and search statistics are tracked. Repository managers can also track work and the number of new items deposited by researchers. Another way to track statistics is through Google Analytics. For me, the most interesting is tracking the number of views from around the world. And development team, I will present our development team. Coordinator, 2 people in technical support team, and 3 people in user support team. I think that you heard me because my internet, okay. We have 3 people in the user support team, and user support has a special role in the cooperation between RTSUB and institutions. This involves constant communication between the RTSUB user support team and repository managers. You can see the concept now and operation of user support. The process involves repository managers and the user support team. And the first step is to make a contact between RTSUB user support and the repository managers. Then we have training for repository managers. I just want to point out that in many cases, librarians are repository managers. It can be also someone from IT sector, IT personnel, or young researchers, but I think that librarians are the most competent to be repository managers. And then after this training, we have training for researchers. And the last step is not time limited. It is continuous and involves constant communication between repository managers and RTSUB user support. It is an interesting picture from our training for local repository managers. It is currently conducted either online or in person, and we don't have a strict form for presenting all features of our repositories. This depends on the librarian's prior knowledge. The user support team members will meet with the librarians as many times as they need to learn everything. We started with a short introduction and explain the importance for institution to have an institutional repository. And then we go through the deposition process. This is the first step because librarians have a task to transfer their knowledge to researchers regarding submitting their papers. Then we presenting our external applications. First, external applications to which repository managers are introduced is Elena. Which is a useful tool, and we use it for metadata normalization, for example, names, massive metadata corrections, assigning ORC IDs, and metadata import or metadata replication. Then we present outer projects publications. It is external applications in public domain. This application displays the repository content in the form of personal bibliographies, author profiles rely on normalize authors metadata. This is actually done in the first application in Elena, and also they can find the correlation between their names and projects and vice versa. An interesting segment is altmetric integration and monitoring altmetric scores and citation, also citation Scopus and Web of Science. Custom metadata selections can be exported as in the BibTeX or RAS formats. And the last one is Nomad Lite, release on text mining to retrieve funding information. It is really important, and there you can see the process of enriching the metadata with Scopus and Web of Science identifiers. And Nomad Lite also assigns the ranking information to journal articles according to the National Research Evaluation System, and discovers open access version of papers using the Unpayable API. And with this application, Report Maker also does for repository managers, we can easily identify items without the full text and missing metadata. This helps repository managers to fill in the gaps in the repository, and Report Maker, I think that plays an important role in the quality control. There we have some pictures from our training for researchers, and it can be live or in person, but depends on situations. The number of new items in repositories is growing every day. I just want to point out, and I have an interesting number of 2,342 publications deposited from home during lockdown from all our repositories, and the number of new items growing. You know, I want to conclude that with this sustainable national network, open science has never been closer and better known to scientists in Serbia, and I think that now is the right time to change the perspective of researchers and librarians also, and to promote all types of research outputs through repositories. Thank you very much. If you have any question, please stay till the end of this session, or you can contact me on this email. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna, for your presentation. It's great to hear that we care not just about how to make great infrastructure, great programs, great software, but also we think about people, because we all should know that if we make great thing, but no one will be able to use it, it will be useless. Absolutely. So it's great to hear that all the persons, not only the managers, but also the researchers are involved in this training work. Thank you very much. And so our next presenter is Diana Silvestro. Are you here? Do you hear us?
Hello.
Hello, hello,
Yes,
Diana. Hello.
Hello,
So
everyone.
now it's your turn. Now it's your turn. Let's go.
Diana, you send the video, I can play it.
Okay, it's great. Hello, my name is Diana Silvestru. I am the head of the National Digitization Center within the National Library of the Republic of Moldova. In my communication, I will present the experience of the National Library of the Republic of Moldova in the valorization of the national cultural heritage by digital content. I will talk briefly about what is National Digital Library Moldavica, National Digital Library Moldavica in the current context, the role of Moldavica in the national and European context, and towards the end of the presentation about trends and factors of change, some trends at institutional and national level. It is known that today the digital forum is concerned with the creation, exchange and use of information in a digital form The National Library contributes to the preservation and promotion of the national cultural heritage in the digital age by digitizing the cultural heritage, re-examine its development policy of collections and services by getting involved in various digitization initiatives at national and international level. National Library is part of the national digital content. This fact is reflected in the law on library, the 20 July 2017, which stipulates that National Library of the Republic of Moldova constitute the National Digital Library Moldavica, which include documents that are part of the mobile national cultural heritage held by libraries, museums, and archives. What represents today Moldavica? Moldavica offers integrated access to the written cultural heritage, including books, manuscripts, old and rare prints, other heritage documents. Moldavica is accessible on the website www.moldavica.bnrm.md. Is conceived as a central base of full text of the patrimonial documents included in the register of the National Program Memory of Moldova, accessible for free on the National Library website, and at some time in the future it will operate as a web service to ensure integrated access to digital copies of heritage documents not included in the register but made available on the servers of libraries and other heritage holdings. In the following, I will present a short history of the digitization experience, where the National Library started. In 1996, National Library of the Republic of Moldova initiated and developed in collaboration with 8 large library and 5 museums and the National Archive, a national program and register called Memory of Moldova. Circumscribed UNESCO Memory of Old program, which is entitled Main Purpose is to safeguard, preserve and communicate to future generation the written cultural heritage. In this year was digitized the first publication in National Library. In 2005, the National Library of the Republic of Moldova was elaborated become a full member of the European Conference of National Libraries. In 2006, the strategic model of the National Digital Library Moldavica was elaborated and the first virtual exhibition were organized. In 2008-2009, National Library participated in the Fomagama project supported by the European Union and the CNL. In the period in 2009-2010, we can talk about a series of actions as well, providing digital library software, purchase of a server for archive scanning text and an AT scanner for scanning old publication. Scanning based on the register named above. Launch the National Digital Library Moldavica. And the year 2020 represents a turning point for National Library because it starts a large-scale project both for the National Library institution and for the whole country. It is a project ground supported by the Japanese government. And in the next slide, our data are presented. They are some modest data. The largest collections is the collections of old national periodicals. It includes a number of 4,276. We are currently working on the doctoral thesis collections. Moldavica is welcome for anyone who is interested in the national documentary heritage, especially for researchers. Starting with 2016, Moldavica became a partner of the European platform, which represents the library, archive, and museum. In the period 2016-2017, National Library participated in the project Collections of South and Eastern Europe in Europeana by digitizing a new collections of music and art. In the year of European Cultural Heritage. The National Library joined this decision and organized various actions at national level with the participation of key actors interested in a cultural heritage. Moreover, the COVID-19 virus pandemic demonstrated the need for the existence of digitized national library collections to provide with their access in online mode. The National Library, unlike other single-member national libraries, the reform in the field of digitization was not a firm and radical one, but followed the policy of small steps. As I mentioned in a previous slide, for 10 years, the National Library has been active with its own forces, few financial resources, and today, after 10 years, it enjoys little progress. The necessary financial support obtained from a project grant from the Japanese government. So what does this project consist of? Is a project signed at the government level. The grant amounting to 409,000 USA dollars is intended for the preservation and protection of cultural heritage within the institutions of the National Library system and expanding citizens' access to information by purchasing modern equipment and digitizing the National Library of the Republic of Moldova. The implementation period is 36 months. Under the grant agreement, the funding provided will be used by 4 scanners, including 1 automatic, 1 semi-automatic, and 1 for large format scanning. 3 workstations adjacent to the scanners and a high-capacity server. Also, the project will be the training of the librarians. The project, it is an important step in modernizing the activity of the National Library and the institutions involved. So, what are the trends and priorities for the futures? Collaboration with the partner Europeana, collaboration with the partner institution of the National Program Memory of Moldova, collaboration with public libraries in the country in the project 101, the most important documents of every library of all time. And in conclusions, moreover, today in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, the need and importance of digital libraries is underlined, which provide direct access to the content of a wide variety of intellectual works, including text, audio, video, and data, and can provide a variety of services that support search, access, and collaboration. Of course, for things to work the way we want, you need strong coordination at the national level and a sustained effort from the institutions and organizations involved. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Diana, for your presentation. It's great to hear news about national electronic libraries. They are just making all around the world. And I hope that we had a lot of problems last year, but in Russia, our national electronic library have got a lot of new users because all those information was digitalized and the only way to use it was in digital form. So I hope all these projects will be making much more effective and much more interesting for our patrons, for our users. So we are moving to our next report. It's Kevin Baumer. Kevin Baumer, hello. Hello, I can see you. Okay, move on.
Alrighty, thank you very much again for the invites. I'm here actually on behalf of my colleague Thomas Egner, who unfortunately couldn't make it today, to present a little bit just briefly about the time machine and hopefully the local time machines, which are something I hope will be relevant to you. Just bear with me if I'm not the most technically savvy about the couple of things I'm going to explain. I'm generally the program manager, so I'm more on the organizational and driving things forward side, but I'll do the best I can. So briefly on time machine, before I get into local time machines. So Time Machine started as a Horizon 2020 CSA project from 2019 to 2020. I was actually the project manager on that project. And basically the idea was to create a roadmap for a large-scale research initiative that would be funded by the European Commission. We were in a contest with 6 other projects. And in the end, long story short, the European Commission decided to pull funding from the flagship program in general before we started writing it, okay. But we continued on with the work in a different manner and are hoping now to try to move forward building more from the ground up. As you notice, the 4th bullet point on my presentation there, we're currently starting building an online open access portal via our internet site, and that's probably something that will be of help to the community and the public. The Time Machine organization is where I work now, and this is the organization that was created to take over the Time Machine's activities after the CSA. It's based in Vienna, though we have employees in Amsterdam, Jena, and I'm based in Lausanne, Switzerland. Currently, we have, I think just today, we went over 580 members. There are 3 different membership categories, there's founding and regular, more paid ones, but of course, it's open to everybody, and associate membership more is just shows your support for the initiative in Europe. There's no responsibilities, no fees, and you gain some benefits like you receive newsletters, information on funding. We have a project scouting team that provides that, and so on and so forth. The current membership base is quite varied, across Europe, 45 countries, a lot of GLAM institutions, big museums, small museums. Europeana was mentioned in the last presentation as one of the founding members. And we also have private industry, Ubisoft, for instance, a video game company. They are one of our founding members. You can search the membership base online, as you see in the website there. So local time machines. So basically, we're trying to build a sort of European time machine of cultural heritage, over a period of thousands of years by first digitizing all relevant things and then using simulation to sort of fill in the gaps, broadly speaking. We're doing this from the ground up by submitting projects at a local level and then trying to put these all into a data graph in one place. So as you'll see, we started doing this only on the site about 3 months ago. And the little map you see there, we have about, I think, 90 projects now across Europe on there in the first couple months. So that's making pretty good progress. Of course, we're getting more and more each week and day. These can be projects, of course, that anything that has data related to cultural heritage. So as you'll see, that was from one of my colleagues. They're doing a sort of GIS project about Lausanne. That could be anything, also, strictly digitization of archives. We have many archives that are members. So anything with data. And then, of course, we're hoping to build something on a European scale with tools and apps that can access this data and, of course, create connections on a European level. So here, so you have to bear with me if I don't explain it well enough. You can always ask questions and get back to us later. But so you'll see projects there are a core aspect of what we're trying to build. So basically all the projects have data, and the data will feed into a data graph. And the data graph is actually being designed with another part of Time Machine. I won't get too much into here. Requests for comments. They decided to use a way to design the technical infrastructures that was used to design the internet. So we're basing that on the same thing. So this is one place you can also volunteer if you want to be part of designing this technical infrastructure on a European level that we'll be building. And of course, projects, once the data is fed in, there will also be members building apps and building ways to use the things, not just with their data, but built on top of the combined data. So another part of the infrastructure here, another way to look at it, currently the LTM web space is online. We have that. It shows the request for comments, how you can be involved there. It shows progress. It has the local time machine project environment where you can submit projects, also view the details of the projects, where they are, and so on and so forth. And project scouting service, which is another thing offered to members, which feeds into, of course, having more projects, is the getting cultural heritage projects funded. So we're spending a lot of time mapping funding mechanisms across Europe. And if members have trouble finding consortium partners, have trouble finding the right funding scheme for their project. We're kind of there to help along with, of course, the hope that these projects will become part of the broader time machine. A couple example applications, just so you know what might be in the pipeline. I mean, these are going to be built as we go. A couple of them are built on top of Data in Venice, which was the pilot project for Time Machine. So here's Time Machine Diamond. It's a search engine. You can search in a large image base over time and by time. You can do that a bit later if you want on diamond.timemachine.eu. Time Machine Atlas, this is a GIS one. So here you can look at map of Venice based on cadasters, shows, and also data. They digitize tax returns from all the people, so they know who did what, where, and when. So you can click on different places and figure out who lived there, where they moved, what they did, and so on and so forth. And these are growing more and more all the time. So basically benefits for anyone who might wish to add any of their present or past projects, anything with data onto the site. We're trying to promote this with our communications. So we have quite a large network European-wide. We have newsletters, we have social media, and we're promoting the projects that are there. And plus we get a lot of traffic on our site, so it can bring a lot of exposure to projects of anyone. We're also beginning now to have a bit more peer-to-peer learning, and not so much top-down from Time Machine, but we're going to start creating events and workshops where people can share best practice. I know a lot of resources kind of spent to reinventing the wheel, doing the same project and figuring out a way to do it. Whereas, funding is always of the essence in cultural heritage, so we need not recreate things that are already there. So it's an opportunity to learn from the network. Again, yeah, just like I was saying, so the training will be on Time Machine Academies, on local time machines there. Request for comments also, if you're interested in that. I didn't get into it, but of course, it's a bit of a process using GitHub and Open Review. So there'll be training on how to do this, how to propose things and how to build them. Again, Time Machine Academy. So the first one is, this is local time. We have a local time machine manager based in Amsterdam. She'll be running the first academy in May, so you can check that out on our website. There you'll be able to learn a lot more about what a local time machine is, what people are doing, how you might be able to do the same things. And we're going to build these based on user feedback. So, anything people need, we're going to try to build it as a service, of course. And workshops. So as we get rolling, of course, some local time machines are quite small. We have one project now, but other ones, say for instance, Amsterdam perhaps has, a dozen projects and a lot of institutions involved. So we are going to assist these local partners in creating local events to try to drive interest and meet the needs locally. Yeah, so won't take too much time. Hopefully I didn't go too fast, but there you are. Thank you very much for your time.
Kevin, thank you very much. I can't even imagine how much work should be implemented to make this great project. And I think it's very important and very interesting for all librarians to understand that digitalization is not just about digitalization of books. Librarians very often think that the only purpose of digitalization is just make digital copies. But we know now that almost everything can be digitalized. And it's so great to hear that in your project, all these things are combined in one real setups. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. Our next presentation is from Lina Mucciolone, I'm sorry, and Davil Ivanovene. Okay. Hello. I'm sorry, your microphone is off.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, it's great.
Hello, everyone. My name is Davila. I'm a Deputy Director of Information Resource Department of National Library of Lithuania. And today I would like you to tell a story about our digital journey. So just a minute, I will share my screen. Can you see?
Yes, yes, we can start.
Okay. At the beginning of the century, with the acceleration of the digitization processes in libraries and other Lithuanian memory institutions, one of the main goals was to create a virtual space for storing digitized content and documentary heritage, museum values, music and film works accessible to the general public. Back in 2005, after receiving European Union structural support and funds from the Lithuanian state budget, the first project was launched, during which a virtual electronic heritage information system, or just VIPIS, was created. Based on the unified approach to cultural heritage objects, also unified database and common cultural heritage portal e-paveldas were created. The goal of the project was not only to create a digital image, it's also to expand public electronic services by creating access for the population to full text documents of Lithuanian cultural heritage stored in libraries, archives, and museums. The National Library, with only two partners, the Lithuanian Art Museum and the Lithuanian Archives Department, digitized and transferred to the Cultural Heritage Portal more than 1 million cultural heritage pages stored in the National Library, Lithuanian State Historical Archive, and the Lithuanian Art Museum. Rich collections were open to the public, which, due to their uniqueness, material fragility, and poor physical condition and strict exhibition conditions, were difficult to access or completely unacceptable. The books were selected according to the Lithuanian National Bibliography, from the first Lithuanian book published in 1547 to publications from the 19th, 20th centuries. The archive digitized church metrics, which enabled those interested to research their genealogists, and the Art Museum paid special attention to exhibits of folk art and applied art. In order to ensure the continuity of creation and dissemination of digitized cultural heritage content, the second stage of project started in 2010. The National Library, together with 9 partners, has already implemented the VIPIS development project, during which the digital content creation network has been expanded. Even more archives, libraries, and documents stored in museum collections have been digitized and placed on the portal. During the 2 years of the project, we have digitized and placed on the portal more than 2.5 million pages of archive library documents, museum collections, 11,000 musical works. Also, information technology solutions were adopted which ensure the preservation and greater accessibility of information, increase the relevance and visibility of cultural heritage objects, and more convincing access to digitized cultural heritage objects protected by VIPIS was realized. Right now on our portal, you can find books, periodicals, manuscripts, art, audio documents, 2-dimensional graphic. We're glad that we have guests from other countries like United States of America, Ukraine, Russian, German, France, Netherlands, Great Britain, Belgium, Czech Republic, Sweden, Italy, Belarus, Poland, also from China, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and so we are very happy that we are interested outside Lithuania as well. But today, just digitizing and uploading objects to an online platform, well, it's not longer enough. That's why since 2018, the National Library, together with 27 partners, memory, culture, and educational institution, is implementing the project called Development of a Virtual Cultural Space Meeting the Needs of Society. The main goal is the development of a gateway to digital cultural heritage. During this project, we will modernize our VIPIS, the Virtual Electronic Heritage Information System, Also will be creative new services. Users will be able to create their own collection of digital heritage, link maps to a specific location, and compare how locations change over the years, and so on and so on. All these services will ensure more interactive presentation of information about cultural content, easier search, preparation of new digital content and its updating, increasing its dissemination quality, expand the fund of digitized cultural heritage objects. And it's also important to open up existing cultural heritage and provide opportunities for reuse. Right now, I would like to talk about our special collections, which we have on the portal ePaveldas. One of our collection on portal is Classic of Lithuania Literature. This collection is exceptional, is that digitized texts of Lithuanian literary classics are recognized and converted in the 5 e-books formats: EPUB, Mobi Pocket, PDF, HTML, TXT. The other project, the EVA Vilnius project, is another exceptional project that has been implemented. During this project, the pre-work EVA archives in New York and Vilnius were preserved, digitized, and connected on a special web portal. Also, Stasiūnas Vilnius Library, one of the largest pre-war libraries in Europe, was restored in virtual space. The project created a joint digital collection of documents related to the Jewish civilization of Eastern Europe, covering the largest collection of Yiddish language material in the world. The virtual archive has become actually an invaluable source of general studies about Jewish and their culture. And as I mentioned before, it's very important to provide opportunities for use. So the National Library of Lithuania, as an aggregator of Europeana and participating in the Europeana Common Culture Project, has started the process of improving the content and metadata. Giving more open licenses to already digitized and newly digitized objects is one of the key challenges is promoting reuse. The intensive processes of content opening started in 2019. At that time, all the objects on the Lithuania digitized heritage portal, ePaveldas, had the strictest license in copyright. Today, the situation is quite different. In almost 2 years, the metadata quality of about a little bit more than 79% of digitized objects has been improved, making search more efficient. The objects have also been granted a more open license, ensuring reuse without infringing existing copyrights and related rights. And in the end, the Lithuanian National Library is a leader in digital activities in Lithuania. Since 2014, the National Library has been designated as the national body responsible for collecting and registering the results of diligent search of orphan works in a common database of European Union. Also, we are a center of excellence for digitization, and together with our partners, we create digital content, contribute to the preservation of heritage, the representation of Lithuania historical and cultural heritage in the world. So, thank you for your attention. If you have questions, please ask me. If you don't have question right now, you can always write to me or to my colleague Lina. She is head of digital unit. So.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your report. It's great to hear. We were just speaking about that all our resources should be first useful for our patrons. It's great to hear that all your information will be in different formats, that it's not just only a website, but the possibility to download it in different formats for different devices. Because as far as I know, our young patrons use mostly their phones, not just desktop. So it's great that all the information in such great variety of variants. So we are moving to our next report. It's Antonella Fressa. I know you are here. Yes. Just Antonella will say a few words to us, and then we'll see a video from her. Okay, we can start.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Anton, for giving me the floor. I am going to talk to you about the Citizen Heritage Project. That is a project funded by the European Commission. And here I talk on behalf of a photo consortium that is a partner in Citizen Heritage, and I am the vice president of a photo consortium. In Citizen Heritage, we approach one part of the digital transformation that is education. We think that the digital transformation is based on the capacity that are built in the various representatives of the stakeholders value chain, and in particular education for citizen science in cultural heritage. I'm happy to tell you that there is also a connection with the previous presentation, because the Photo Consortium is an association and the Lithuanian Art Museum is a member of the Photo Consortium. So we are discovering liaisons that exist even beyond our actual direct knowledge. So thank you for giving us this opportunity, and the video can start. Good afternoon. I'm very proud to participate in the first international online conference on digital transformation in culture and education, and to tell you about the Citizen Heritage Project, funded by the European Commission under the Erasmus Plus program. Citizen science practices in cultural heritage is the topic of Citizen Heritage that aims to elaborate a sustainable model in higher education. The consortium is made of 3 universities, KU Leuven, the National Technical University of Athens, and the Erasmus University in Rotterdam. 2 aggregators of Europeana, Photo Consortium Association and the European Fashion Heritage Association, and 1 specialized SME, Web to Learn. The project addresses a context of change. The digital realm, with the digitization of vast collections published in open access and the growing availability of tools for online engagement and interaction, opens up incredible new possibilities to stimulate the creation of further knowledge in cooperation with the citizens. Students, teachers, researchers, citizens, and professionals need to find good practices on how to benefit from knowledge circulation in and outside academia, and how to adopt a more vibrant role in civil society. The overall scope of Citizen Heritage is to leverage citizen science practices in the cultural heritage sector. The new practices are made available at the universities, enabling sustainable collaboration with digital archives, and the novel approaches are provided to higher education institutions to include citizen science activities into higher education curricula, teaching and learning activities. A range of outcomes are expected to be produced in the project. 3 main outcomes are expected. First, a mapping and a critical assessment of current participatory practices with the cultural heritage resources through an in-depth desk research looking at the literature and successful projects. Secondly, a new methodology is developed and tested with the different applications in a range of workshops. And finally, the lessons learned during the project activities are shared about the role of digital technologies in facilitating crowd science in cultural heritage and education. These results are documented in dedicated deliverables made available for download from the project website. A series of participatory events is organized. Citizen science in cultural heritage is demonstrated through the application of crowdsourcing and co-creation practices. The first event will take place in collaboration with the Sofia University on the 26th and 27th of May 2021. Students will help with the metadata annotation of Bulgarian photographic heritage collections. Further events will be organized in the coming months and during the next year. The project applies an inclusive approach based on the following principles: engaging with citizens in education and cultural heritage curation, collaboration between academia and the cultural heritage sector, focus on technological innovation, enabling use and reuse of digital online collections and repositories in education, understanding and favoring sustainable approaches of participatory practices in higher education institutions. A wide range of stakeholders is addressed by citizen heritage, including researchers in the field of cultural heritage, students and teachers from the academia, and the communities that includes amateurs, cultural enthusiasts, and citizens in general. A wide engaging with target groups is aimed. PhD and master students from different areas are involved, from cultural studies, arts history, memory studies, digital humanities, cultural economics, and software engineering. The proposed methods and activities teach students how to take sustainable and economic viable decisions when engaging citizens in collaboration with the cultural heritage institutions and digital archives. Other stakeholders' communities are engaged in project activities via participatory workshops. You are invited to get in contact with the Citizen Heritage. The project started in September 2020 and will last 3 years. A wide communication campaign is implemented through the organization of events and online presence. A blog of the project is hosted by digitalmixculture.net magazine, and the website is available at www.citizenheritage.eu. We thank you for your attention, and we look forward to contact us at info@photoconsortium.net.
Antonella, thank you very much. It was great to hear that sometimes people think that heritage themes are just only for researchers, for people of science, and so on. But it's great to hear that there are many other people groups that can be gathered to make this heritage work, because it's very important for all the people in countries, in societies, and so on. Volunteering work is very, very important. So thank you very much.
And this implies a mindset changes in our practices. For this reason, we think that education is the key step in the process.
Yes, yes. Young people often think that there is only a future in front of them, but they always should know that there are too many information in their past to make new decisions. Thank you very much. So our Next presenter is, I'm sorry, it's a bit difficult to pronounce, Yahawi Zahir, yes? And Chairman Neville.
Well, I might say we had problems to make a contact with them. They have a problem with Zoom application. We tried some different alternative way to they show up. So unfortunately, after 2 days of hard working to make this accessible, we didn't make it. I hope that next year we'll be available in person to speak with us.
Yes, yes. I think you'll
He's
be able
really
to find their abstracts. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So we'll have just a bit more time. The next presenter is Natalia Vitoshkina. Natalia. Natalia, shall we have a few words from you? Okay, I don't see Natalia, but we have a video from her. So can we start watching the video?
I'm glad to see you. My name is Natalia Vitoshkina, and I work at Komi National Library, and I would like to tell you about our electronic library. 7 secrets of the regional electronic library. The full-text National Electronic Library of the Komi Republic, or NELRK, began to form in 2008. We have gained a lot of experience since and would like to share our secrets with the conference participants, hoping they could be useful to you. Secret 1. Building partnerships. In 2008, the government of the Komi Republic provided funding for the establishment of the regional center of the Boris Yeltsin Presidential Library on the basis of the National Library of the Komi Republic. The main task was to create a regional e-library of the Komi Republic. In addition, 20 similar centers opened in municipalities of the region within the purpose of digitizing the works of local authors. Over time, the regional center has acquired a network of partners, including museums, archives, universities, newspapers, and scientific institutes. Secret 2. Cooperating within the library. As part of library activities, personnel from different departments can contribute to the formation of the digital collection. As they interact with others of copyright holders, they offer poets, writers, and researchers to have their works placed in the e-library of the region. As a result of such cooperation, we receive an electronic copy of a publication that is not available in the printed form. Secret 3. Improving search. Initially, the e-library website had a minimalistic design, a search bar, and a find button. Analyzing statistical data, we found out that users who visited the e-library for the first time found it difficult to navigate the site. We revised the structure of the main page of the site. There are now new sections: collections, features, and popular. We are proud of the collection of Hungarian linguist Peter Damokas, who donated this library of the Komi Republic. Also, we added such features as advanced search and filtering of the results. For better indexing of the site by search engines, such sections as biographies and news have been developed and are regularly updated. We are lucky to have a talented programmer on the staff, which gives us an opportunity to experiment. Secret 5. Ensuring comfortable reading for our users. We make every effort to make the user experience on the site comfortable. Our IT experts explore special features of the electronic libraries and, if possible, integrate them in. A new feature of the e-library is personal account, which is now operating in a test mode. Registered users can create bookmarks, view their search and reading history. A mobile version of the website has been recently developed. To expand our user pool, the site interface is presented in Russian and English. Users are encouraged to report any errors they come across by sending a message with an automatic screenshot, which allows us to improve the quality of the materials. Secret 5. Ensuring access. Every year, we open new access points to the research. Their location can be found in the section marked Access. Currently, access is available in 60 locations of the Komi Republic and in 3 locations outside the Republic: Arkhangelsk, Vologda, St. Petersburg. Secret 6. Involving users in the research promotion. A common trend in recent years is the placement of the content created by users on the library researches and social media. As an example, in 2018, we held a poetic marathon dedicated to the 220th anniversary of Russian classic poet Alexander Pushkin. The participants of the marathon were supposed to record a video where they read Pushkin's fairy tale translated into Komi based on a digital copy from the e-library. We received 90 videos which enhanced interest in the library researches. Secret 7. Close connection and integration with other researchers. To increase traffic, we linked the NEL with the most popular sites on local history topics. For example, we built in the widgets of the e-library on the cultural map of the Komi Republic. Digitized publications that are in the public domain are annually transferred to the National Electronic Library of the Russian Federation and the electronic collection of the Boris Yeltsin Presidential Library. By modernizing the site, improving its design, attracting the user's attention, and opening new access points, we managed to increase the number of visits by 77% in 2019 compared to a previous year. The number of views of the material increased on average by 30% annually. Planning for the future. Attract new partners and collection holders. Open new access points. Further improve the search features. Integrate the material into all Russian and global information systems. And you can see my contacts and write me if you want.
Words of thanks to Natalia for her report, and it was very interesting for me to hear about social networks combined with library resources, how to develop national electronic libraries through social networks, through making new products based on classical literature, some kind of audiobooks. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. Thank you very much. And we'll have now our today last report. It's from Maya Bajic.
Yeah, it's difficult.
It's okay.
Maya
Bajic. Okay, Maya.
Hello, my colleague Antonina Kostic and I thank you for your attention today. Our topic will be about the use of Moodle platform in modern language teaching. We both work as lecturers at the University of Belgrade at the Department of Modern Greek Language, and we sent you the video. I hope that you can play it.
Hello from me too.
from Belgrade. Maya and I work 3 years now at the Faculty of Philology at the University of Belgrade, and we hope to share with you our experiences when it comes to the use of Moodle platform in the teaching of modern Greek at the university level. So we sent the video, the recorded presentation, and we hope you'll enjoy it. Thank you. Welcome to our presentation. Our topic for today will be the use of the Moodle platform in foreign language learning, and more specifically in the case of modern Greek studies. The accelerated development of information and communication technologies in the past decades has continued changes in numerous spheres of human activity, including the educational system, which today adequately prepares students for work in an environment whose indispensable part is the use of modern technologies. The Internet, in addition to being a means of disseminating information, contributes to more efficient and effective communication, cooperation, and social networking. Bearing in mind that modern education requires its everyday use, students often find relevant information through online sources by searching web pages. Electronic learning began to develop in the 1960s, along with the expansion of computers and networks, which also influenced the development of language learning with the help of computers. The use of digital technologies has led to an increase in the integration of computers into the traditional teaching process, with an emphasis on the use of modern technologies that contribute to more efficient mediation and communication between all persons involved in this type of teaching. However, it should be borne in mind that the use of modern technologies for teaching purposes must rely on the theories of learning and language acquisition and must be adapted to the needs of the teaching process and students, while didactic instructions are also necessary for the processing of materials downloaded from websites. Also, for teaching to be realized online, it is necessary to have adequate equipment, such as devices and internet connection, as well as knowledge about its proper use. Online learning is associated with the use of internet technologies to deliver a wide range of solutions to improve knowledge and performance. Although in practice it has existed for a little more than a decade, today it is often the main or the only type of learning, and it should not be surprising that a large number of universities around the world have included distance learning as the main or an additional type of teaching in their education development strategies. Hybrid learning is a combination of online and traditional teaching, which takes place in the physical environment of the classroom on the one hand, and performing tasks that involve certain types of distance learning on the other hand. It is certain that hybrid learning has unlimited potential and provides the opportunity to modernize and adapt traditional teaching to the individual needs of students by increasing the level of active learning strategies. First of all, we should point out the development of those skills in students, which are the product of the simultaneous use of computers and the language being learned, which contributes to and develops a greater degree of self-confidence. Also, the use of information and communication technology in the teaching process creates an environment that affirms active learning in educational activities and the exchange of information as a basis for learning and self-development. In this regard, within the online education at the university level, the changing relationship between the teacher and the student is highlighted, where the student is assigned the role of protagonist, while the teacher becomes the coordinator of the whole process. Another important factor is the availability of an unlimited number of materials related to the culture and the language being learned, offered on various websites. This enables easier contact with native speakers, encouraging the development of student language communicative competence in a more efficient way. On the other hand, it should not be forgotten that the lack of infrastructure, computers and technical equipment, and other problems of technical nature, as well as the insufficient education of teachers and students within this area, limit the implementation of this type of teaching and learning. Certainly, some teachers are reluctant to adopt new technological means because they encounter difficulties in mastering the principles of using technical equipment for teaching purposes and are not trained for this type of work. Also, the mismatch between digital didactic material and textbooks can lead to problems, while effective factors should be taken into account, such as student motivation, which may decline after a certain period of learning foreign languages.
In foreign language teaching around the world, the free Moodle platform is mostly used. The only prerequisite for using this platform is the possession of appropriate technical equipment, internet connection, and a certain level of knowledge related to working on a computer. Since 2010, Moodle, which supports the principle of hybrid learning, has been in active use at the Faculty of Philology, University of Belgrade. Simple interface, uncomplicated distribution of materials for the organization of a particular course, as well as a wide range of means of communication, make this platform suitable for creating and updating didactic material. At the Department of Modern Greek Studies, teachers and teaching associates, when teaching in the first year of undergraduate studies, in addition to textbooks, which are the main teaching media, create additional didactic multimedia material, which is continuously available to students through the said platform. These forms of online lessons are used within the courses of Modern Greek Language at Practicum of Neo-Hellenic Studies. Since some of the students are not always able to attend classes, it was necessary to present the material understandably and concisely, emphasizing the most important features of Modern Greek. And the most important grammar rules, giving characteristic examples, translations, and illustrative examples of sentences. Also, the vocabulary is presented similarly. We emphasize that tests in both subjects are realized through the Moodle platform, while students have the opportunity to take mock tests to prepare for them, but also for the final exam for the course of Modern Greek. And here we see some examples of the two mentioned courses on the Moodle platform. The conducted research aimed to examine the attitudes of first-year undergraduate students at the Department of Modern Greek Studies regarding the active use of the Moodle platform in the teaching of Modern Greek. A total of 22 students participated in the research, and it was conducted in May 2020, and here you can see some general information about them. The largest percentage of respondents pointed out that the most useful are the online lessons in both courses, which they visit and use the most. In this regard, most students point out the complexity of the additional didactic material on the platform is in line with the material provided in the textbook, choosing the numbers 5 and 4 on the Likert scale. For this reason, it should not come as no surprise that 59% of the respondents relied solely on the Moodle platform when preparing for the exam. Respondents also give great importance to feedback within homework and lessons, prepared by teachers and teaching associates, with detailed explanations about the accuracy of the answers they gave, and they point out that they help them identify the causes of mistakes and possibly eliminate them. Based on the presented data, we can notice that most of the respondents are satisfied with the efforts of teachers to give additional explanations regarding the existing didactic material on the platform, but also the instructions received regarding the use of the platform. Thus, we can make a further positive contribution to the previously stated claims regarding the role of the teacher, whose task is to provide support and instructions by guiding students through this innovative teaching process. It is interesting to note that students do not have the habit of communicating with teachers via the platform, which can be explained by the fact that for email correspondence, it is not necessary to select additional options and enter special sections, as is the case on the Moodle platform. Thus, they believe that communicating via email contributes to saving time. Also, as many as 72% of the respondents point out that they rarely ask for additional explanations from teachers because the material on Moodle is explained concisely. In this regard, 77% of respondents state that when they miss a lecture, they can master the material on their own, relying on the platform. When it comes to the potential complete digitalization of teaching based on the obtained results, it can be noticed that students are still not ready for this step, emphasizing as an optimal solution the equal use of textbooks and the Moodle platform. However, the importance of modern technologies in teaching is evidenced by the fact that none of the surveyed students stated that they believe that textbooks should be the only teaching medium. We can notice that although students find that the platform is not complicated to use, most of them still think that it has helped them develop additional IT skills. Although it is encouraging that as many as 82% of the respondents point out that they do not notice shortcomings in the organization of teaching through the Moodle platform, the attitudes of a smaller percentage of those who point out certain shortcomings, such as the translation of vocabulary from lectures, should be taken into account. The attitude of the respondents that teaching online reduces the relationship with professors is also interesting, because teachers and teaching associates are available to all users of courses for every type of communication. Based on the presented data, it can be noticed that the implementation of modern technologies, and more specifically the Moodle platform in the teaching of Modern Greek at the university level, encounters positive reactions from students. Certainly, we should not forget that from the teacher's perspective, this type of teaching has many positive aspects. It provides the possibility of monitoring the progress of each student enrolled in the course, a more detailed analysis of their potential mistakes when doing homework, exercises, tests, and exams, and organizing classes in accordance with the obtained data. However, our opinion is that, nevertheless, information and communication technology in foreign language teaching should remain an accompanying teaching medium, supporting the realization of teaching and content creation, and then it should not replace the teacher. Since pedagogical studies are a complex field, the living world is of fundamental importance. The contact of students with teachers who acceptably present the material, giving guidelines for further improvement, and helping their students to overcome potential problems by relying on their own knowledge and experience is crucial. In support of this view, we single out claim that technology won't replace teachers, but teachers who use technology will probably replace teachers who don't. Thank you for your attention, and here are some of our references.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you, Antonina. It was very interesting. Moodle platform, it's great that we have Moodle platform that can be implemented free of charge in some situations. Of course, it's very complicated system. You should know a lot just to use the system as a teacher, as an engineer, and so on. But it's great that we have it. Of course, all we like regular education, to speak with teacher face to face, but the future is in front of us. All we will have to work in this life with digital education, with distance learning. We'll have to live in these occasions. So, okay, all, thank you very much for all your presentations. Thank you all for all your comments in the chat. So we have some questions. I'll announce them. You can ask your questions right in the chat window. I'm sorry, I'll check. The first question was to Antonella. I'll check that on your website, but are any of the workshops events open to participate outside the core participants? Antonella, could you please say a few words?
The workshops are open. The first workshop will take place on the 26th and 27th of May online. We hope that before the end of the project, something will be possible to be organized on site. The first workshop is targeting Bulgarian photographic collections, where we will crowdsource annotations, enrichment of metadata. There will be other workshops. They are under preparation and they will be announced on the website. You can write to me, to Valentina, or to the service email, and we will reply with instructions and the details how to participate in the workshops. They are open.
Okay, and also the same question to Kevin. Where will there be organized workshops by Time Machine in Serbia?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I believe so, of course. Nothing is firmly planned for the workshops just yet. We're just rolling out our first top-down organized academy in the next month. But then, yes, as part of our overarching plan, we're going to try to work on at least a national level with our, we have Time Machine ambassadors in each country, or well, most of the countries in Europe anyway. And yeah, we're going to try to be working on helping those people or other members in each country organize. So long answer to say yes, but nothing is planned imminently.
Okay, thank you very much. Also, there were questions to Natalia, but she asked to send these questions to her via email. She left her email right in the chat window. Also, there is a question. I don't think it was only to me, but I think it was to all. I'll announce it. Any tips on learning and practicing handwriting? I know in the case of Serbian speakers, it'd be easy, but for Roman alphabet use, it will be a challenge. This might apply to non-post phonetical alphabets. I think it's about all your names. It's so great to see so many participants from different countries. It's a bit difficult to read your names, but it's always too great to see so many people from so many parts of the world. Okay, so thank you all very much. It was the last question. We have all the presentations, so it was a great time. May I ask you about one thing? Could you please all turn your cameras on for I could make one screenshot for we could see how many of us were in this session. Of course, If you can make a smile, it will be great. Oh, how many of us are here? Thank you very much. Just smile. Thank you. It was a great time. I hope we'll be able to see face to face next year. I want it very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anton, for this excellent chairing this session. Thank you all for being with us. Now I can say this is a pause for 40 minutes. We had a hard day from this morning, very tough schedule. So we have a little bit time to take a rest, to take a walk in a room, take a coffee, and please take a rest. There is interesting panel. Our guest from the United States will lead that panel. It will be very interesting, and hope you will be with us in 40 minutes. Take a rest. Thank you for being with us.
So good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this panel discussion, which features students both from Serbia and from the United States. And I am going to share a few PowerPoint slides just to introduce people. Panelists, if you would unmute yourselves, and when I say your name, wave at people and just say something beautiful like hello. So let me share for 1 second my PowerPoint. And of course, I'm on the wrong slide, but here we are. Welcome. I'm going to minimize this for just a second. To this panel discussion on the preparation of library science students for the digital world. We're in a wonderful conference looking at all things digital, but our focus is very much on those of us who are already working in that world. So what is it like as a student being ready to do that? Or what is it like working in that world and then learning professionally? And so I have a wonderful panel discussion with colleagues from Serbia and from Emporia. To my Serbian colleague, I say pozdrav iz Kansasa. To greetings from Kansas. To my American colleagues, I say dobrodošli u Beograd. Welcome to Belgrade. I do have to tell you that one of my panelists, Anne, was supposed to visit Serbia last year with me, as I bring students every year to Serbia, and was unable to come, obviously, because of travel restrictions. And so this is her first introduction to Serbia, and I am delighted that she is here. So who are my 4 panelists? Well, I have Mr. George Ilic from the Faculty of Philology at the University of Belgrade.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you, Georgia. I have Mr. Justin Iverson, Mr. Alan Robinette, and Ms. Anne Veloso, who are all students at the School of Library and Information Management at Emporia State University in Kansas. So Justin, hello.
Good morning, everybody.
Alan, hello.
Good morning.
And Anne, hello.
Hello from Idaho.
So who are these students and why are they here? I asked them to give me just a brief biography, 2 sentences. And so I have them here for you. I think it's wonderful. I'm not going to read out everything on the slide for you, but I want you, as you're looking at who my panelists are, at the wide variety of their experience. And I have not met Georgia before today, but I'm just excited that he has a degree in pharmacy. How wonderful that we have a pharmacist who wants to be a librarian. So there is Georgia for you. Here is, I cannot now move. There we go. Here is Justin. And you'll notice that Justin is working in a law library and is a law librarian. Now, it's not uncommon in the United States for people to be working in positions that are library positions based on their other qualifications. So Justin has his law degree, and then to come back to study for their librarianship qualification. So that is Justin, who is in Las Vegas, Nevada. I have Alan, who, as you can see, is an academic librarian in Arkansas and lives in Hot Springs National Park, which at the moment sounds like a wonderful place to be. I am stuck inside my house in Emporia, Kansas, as we are still very much restricted in what we are doing. And finally, my last but by no means least participant is Anne Veloso, who lives in Idaho in the northwest of the United States. And she is a public librarian looking at programming and outreach. So I thank my panelists for joining me and being willing to let me grill them on various questions and see where we're going. I can see chat. I know there are some people in chat. If somebody, maybe Yelena, is able to keep an eye on Fleep and see if there are questions that arise on Fleep, we're happy to do that. Thank you so much, Yelena. But anyway, my first question to my panelists is, what do you think are the benefits of digital materials in the library and archive world? Why are we even here? Who wants to be bold and be first?
I can start from my perspective, and I come to libraries a little bit later in life. This is my second year of library school at Emporia. And so from my viewpoint, some of the things that are most obvious that stick out to me are the ability to have multiple users, the ability for wide accessibility, and of course, storage space. You can fit a whole bunch more stuff in a digital format. Of course, there are some pitfalls that come with that we'll get to later as well. But those are the things that originally stick out to me for both archives and for library materials.
Okay. Does everyone agree? Yes. Okay.
Yes. Actually, I would also add that we strive to preserve what we have because the history is unstable in many countries. Recently, we had 80 years from the bombing of National Library of Serbia. So we lost a lot of historical books and archives of our own. So digitalization is one of the parts that can keep something from destroying it again.
Of course. And of course, just by not requiring the use of the originals is a very valid preservation technique. But I know my archivist colleagues, before I get a lot of comments about the instability of digital storage, we understand the benefit of paper. We understand the storage longevity of paper, but we also understand that there are benefits to having things digital. Justin, in the legal world, are there different benefits or additional benefits?
Yeah, so in the world of legal publications specifically, legal books have always been very expensive. So they've always been inaccessible. As we continue this trend towards digitization, the book costs are increasing exponentially. So I know in a lot of law libraries around the country, the print is either no longer being purchased or is being purchased very carefully. So with digital publications, I mean, you have to remember that you're paying not only for an academic to write something, but someone who has the earning potential of an attorney. So when they're having to publish these legal texts, they're having to pay multiple attorneys to spend hundreds of hours writing them. So the costs are really quite exorbitant. With digital publications, they're able to be shared more broadly, and the cost is definitely diffused across a wider user base. So the trend is absolutely towards digital. My book budget in my law library is very small at this point, especially when you get to law journals. I don't think we've purchased a law journal in 10 years at this point.
In paper, you mean, or at all?
So almost all law journals are in the Hein online database. And so we have a subscription to Hein, and that's about it.
Okay. We'll come back to that in just a moment. And you're a public librarian dealing specifically with outreach. Do you have any other comments on the benefits of digital materials?
Sure. I would agree with the storage issue with public libraries. Most public libraries aren't really huge and don't have the storage space. So that's one issue. But the other side of it is just trying to reach those that are very digital savvy And maybe those aren't people that would normally come into the library, but you can reach them with lots of materials and provide that to them. So it's kind of providing a service to a base that's already there, a user base.
Okay, excellent. I want to flip that question and ask you about disadvantages, but I remember just before I do, my first disadvantage is a technology one, and I've been having some Windows compatibility issues with my camera and microphone. So if I vanish in a little puff of smoke, do not panic, I'm still here. I simply need to unplug my microphone and camera and plug myself in, and I will show up again. But that is my first technological glitch. But what are some of the disadvantages we see with digital materials? We're being pushed to digitize, and we understand why, because we've just talked about the benefits that accrue to us. But we don't talk enough, I think, about disadvantages or some of the problems we encounter in digitization. So what do you see as some of those obstacles that we need to be thinking about?
So I'll start this one off. With digital materials, you know, a lot of the benefits that we gain also cut the other way. So for example, I'm able to log in and view my textbooks through my school's library from anywhere in the world on many devices. But when there is a problem on the school's end or on the hosting server or on my computer, those software and server issues can eliminate access completely. With copyright laws being what they are, it's very difficult to obtain any sort of offline copy in a lot of cases. So I can't throw the book in my suitcase and go on vacation, you know, and I have to make sure I have internet when I'm there. I have to make sure that there are no errors on the other end. So the ability for us to have access anywhere can also be non-access at the same time.
And in fact, I'll just tell a little story for the audience. Emporia State suffered a complete campus outage 3 weeks ago, where our newly installed fail-safe system and backup failed because they stopped talking to each other or to anybody else. And in fact, the campus was dark for almost an entire day, which was ironic since this was our newly installed system to make sure that this never happened. But there we were, having performed our due diligence to make sure that we didn't lose digital access, and our system, to ensure we didn't lose digital access, removed all digital access to us. And it's not just that things hosted on campus were inaccessible. If you think for a second, because of the campus computers were necessary to do the verification and the password handshake with all the other systems to which we subscribe, nobody could log into anything. So it's very possible for these things to happen. So thank you, Justin, for that. Alan, you looked as if you were ready to jump in with disadvantages.
Absolutely. I'll piggyback on some of what both Justin and Ann have said, which is that with the storage issue, a lot of my issues that I've had with digital materials come from the advantages of out of sight, out of mind. You don't have to put it on the shelf. That means you can't find it on the shelf. So there have to be, other search methods that are done, and that leads to further problems. The myth of limitless capacity, which we really don't have. The fact that if it's on the shelf, then you can physically, tangibly look at the product and do deaccession efforts. That doesn't happen as much in the digital world. It tends not to, because it's just over there and you can't really see it. And then there's the idea, I think, Dr. Smith, that you talked about shifting technologies and evolving technologies. What happens if the platform that your particular digital Your storage it's no longer accessible because the technology has shifted and the platform that it's on is no longer supported. You don't have real ownership of that digital material. You are leasing ownership of that, as opposed to having a bound serial on the third floor that nobody ever looks at of your library. At least you have it. And if you lose access to that because for some reason technology goes down or that database you're no longer going to subscribe to, you physically, tangibly have that on microfilm as a bound serial. With digital technology, that can disappear. And there is always a fear that without actual ownership of the material, just leasing the material, that the material that your professors, that your students, that your researchers are going to need are not going to be there when they need them.
As librarians or future librarians, what are your responses to this idea of a shift from information ownership to information leasing? Now, I'm wicked. That wasn't one of the questions I told them in advance I was going to ask. But just, yes, Alan.
It's a little frightening because it takes things, well, it's a double-edged sword. It's frightening because it takes things out of the realm of your capacity to deal with it because it is not yours. It is not fully owned by you, but it also leads to a hesitancy. Oh my goodness, we need to own everything because what if? And then exponentially, you've got duplicativeness with things that you own or lease digitally, and then things that you own physically, and it becomes pointless, and storage does become an issue. I can tell you at our library, we have rows upon rows of serials, bound serials from the 1950s and 1960s that I'm confident could be accessed with 3 mouse clicks. But what if it's not? And there's your slippery slope. What if it's not accessible with 3 mouse clicks because suddenly we're not subscribing to that particular database that has that particular journal? And so it can go both ways.
Okay. Georgia, what's your response from Serbia?
Well, yeah, it is frightening, especially that somehow if library doesn't have a book, is it leasing or doesn't have it? What's the problem with that? We are becoming quite like a bookstore now. Now in Serbia we have, I mean, the biggest bookstores do lease books for using. So do we become that or what? I see the trend in Spain and Italy as well, that some digital libraries do lease books, not forever, just for 2 weeks. Is that good? How does that pays off or something?
Mm-hmm.
So,
and the other thing that we need to always remember is different materials may require a different response. I think it's very easy for us to say digital materials and we want to treat everything the same. But I would have much less hesitancy in leasing a popular novel that's going to be read for the next 6, 8, 12 months and then will have lost its shine than I would be in saying, roll the dumpster up to your back door, Alan, and heave all your journals into it. But my other point there, and no one's quite said this yet, is who owns the information? What's the difference in ownership and what might that mean for us in digital versus print?
So coming at this from the legal end, or the law library end, I should say, the ownership issue, it's a little different for us. There is certainly a lot of value in historical information, but law libraries tend to be reactive to current law. So ownership of a case from 100 years ago, there's probably been at least one, if not many, many more cases that have overturned that ruling or interpreted it differently or expanded it. So having access to source material, while beneficial, is less valuable than having access to current reliable information. So in terms of ownership versus leasing, I don't think in this sphere of the library world, we're particularly worried about not owning the information. We're worried more about being able to keep up with the latest. And to do that, it's oftentimes cheaper to allow the publishers to provide us all of the information in as accessible, as timely a format and time span as we can. So the legal world certainly has fewer publishers in general than libraries broadly. We're down to basically a big 2, maybe 3, depending on what you're including. And then, like I said earlier, the prices are very expensive. So if we can keep the latest information and keep our costs down, that's going to allow us to offer other services instead of spending our entire budget on books that are going to be outdated with the next Supreme Court session.
Just a quick anecdote from the academic library here. We had some professors in August who were working on a particular research project and then came back in November to finalize it and do their sources and their resources and their bibliography. We no longer had access to the journals that they had researched in August. Our subscription to that had lapsed, and because of budget constraints, we had not renewed our subscription to those journals. Therefore, they had to interlibrary loan the journals that they had already researched in order to be able to properly source them for their papers. This is obviously a frustration for them, and I think that maybe exemplifies the difficulty with leasing the information and not owning it.
The thing that nobody's yet said, so I'm going to say it for you, maybe you're just being too nice, is if a library owns something, what is the library's mission, if you like? What is a library there to do? As opposed to a corporation owning the information. What is their mission? What are they there to do?
Oh, money.
Money, absolutely. That's what I'm getting at, Alan. And it's not that corporations are wicked and bad, but they have a very different mission. They have a different purpose in life. And so if a library owns something, our mission is to provide information as freely and accessibly as we possibly can. That is not the mission of people in the corporate world. Their mission is to make money for their shareholders, period, end of story. So that's part of my difficulty. Now, Justin, I fully understand what you're saying is, you're in a very different world. You're in a world where it's not just that the older information might not be as needed as much, it may be completely irrelevant. So you need the absolute up-to-date, whatever the legal ruling was last week, that's what you need to be able to provide. But then, Alan, in your situation, you've got people who are looking back and do need that access. And so where is the balance? And I'll just say, I think all the librarians here are very familiar with this idea of the journals crisis. And this idea that the prices keep increasing, certainly in the United States, exceptionally higher than the rate of inflation. I mean, it's 10 times the rate of inflation. So that we are seeing more and more libraries struggle to maintain subscriptions and are beginning to do a lot of arithmetic to figure out, should I actually subscribe to this, or is it cheaper for me to do an interlibrary loan, even if it costs me X dollars per loan. So that's where we're going. Now, let's move on here. What has been your experience during your studies? So during your library program, what has been your experience with digital materials? That's a very broad question, but.
I can start maybe.
Sure, Georgia, on you go.
Yeah. Well, this year I was archivist for one cultural center. I worked on digitalization of their programs from 90s and 2000s. So that's almost 30 years of material. They have some books and most of some programs there. At least a cultural center, there were some workshops and similar. And we posted on for Wikimedia purposes. So we put it on the storage. It's online totally. It's on Serbian, some of them on English. And most of the material is about activism, social activism, Second World War, and the fight against the regime of the 90s in Serbia. So yeah, that's one of the programs, and my colleagues from Wikimedia also tried to worked in a museum, National Museum, and the library, and some libraries, yes. So that's how my personal experience, and it's at the start.
Right,
Yeah,
let me
it's at the
ask you a
start.
question. I'm sorry, let me ask you a question there, because you're talking about creating digital materials or digitizing materials. When you said some of it's in Serbian, some of it's in English.
Yes.
When you were digitizing, did you have materials both in the Cyrillic and the Latin alphabets?
Most of the Latin alphabet.
Right. Now,
so it can be read by most of the people.
I know just from my little experience in Serbia that people, and it's very frustrating for a beginner in Serbian language, because when people are emailing, they very often email in an English-Latin keyboard. And so all the diacritical marks are missing from the Latin alphabet, the Serbian Latin alphabet, which makes it very hard for beginners because there are so many letters that are the same except for the different diacritical marks, and makes it difficult. Was there writing like that? Did you consider, do we have to correct this? Do we have to make sure that this is correct Serbian in the Latin alphabet? Was there any consideration that you would move things into Cyrillic, which is, as I understand, the preferred governmental process alphabet? Talk a little bit about that, please.
Yeah, most of it was on Serbian Latin alphabet, so it's much easier. But yeah, I was thinking about writing it in Cyrillic because, I mean, somehow Cyrillic is our, and it's some of the programs that we are talking about digitalization of Cyrillic books. But mostly books in Serbia are on Latin, not in Cyrillic, except some classical books and similar. But yeah, it depends if it's translation. If it's translation from European languages, English and whatsoever, it's mostly on Latin. But if it comes from Russian side or Eastern Europe, at least it's on Cyrillic, just to preserve the originals and the language. So it depends, actually.
And one more question for you. When you were digitizing, were you simply producing images of the materials, or were you scanning optical character recognition to make your documents readable, searchable? What were you doing?
Both.
Both?
Yeah, both. There are some photos and mostly optimizing for online reading on the Wikimedia storage.
Okay, okay. That was one very specific answer to my question about experience. It wasn't what I was originally thinking about when I asked the question, but that's not a problem. But my American students, what did you think when I asked that question? What were you going to say about your experience of digital materials during the program, during your studies?
So I had two experiences that stood out to me. One is that I found it was really nice to be able to shift the textbook cost to the university. In other words, when professors provide expect you to use a textbook that is freely available in digital format through the school's library, I found that was really nice not to have to then pay for a separate textbook that I'm only going to use for that semester and maybe scattershot throughout the rest of my career if I want to flip through it. So that was really nice to cost shift. The second experience I had is that because of how the access is set up, it times out a lot as you're doing your reading, or you're reading and you're working on a paper and you work on that for 15 minutes, you go back and the whole thing wants to reload, and then you have to log in, and then the textbook doesn't pull up, so you have to go back to the library and pull up the textbook again, find your place. It's very frustrating instead of just keeping a bookmark in a book next to you. So that's a bit of a frustration with the digital materials. But like I said, I did enjoy the cost savings. And of course, it's probably baked into my tuition, right? But it's a mental thing.
And did you have a thought on that question?
I agree with that too. And I agree with the frustration in using that digital information, because I like to take notes or highlight things, or like you said, maybe put, a sticky note or something on the edge of a page so that you can come back to it. And you can't really do that with the digital. Plus, you don't have the access after you're done with school. So if it is a specific book that you feel like you will use as a reference in your career, then you don't have it.
Alan?
Well, I had a unique experience that has to do maybe with not digitizing, which is that I did a little bit of research on a historical figure that I was doing for a paper. And so I wanted to make sure that there was enough information out there, went to the old trusty Wikipedia to find out. And there were two particular Wikipedia articles that mentioned this person, one by name and one by the program that she started. So I thought, okay, great, I'll have enough information. I get to the breadcrumbs and I realized that the information from the Wikipedia article has not been digitized and only exists in the archives of a small library in northern Massachusetts. So suddenly this wealth of information that I thought I would have, I didn't have because it wasn't available to me in Arkansas. Now, thankfully, I was able to communicate with the archives librarian and found some wonderful, wonderful information, really cool stuff, by the way, about this woman who was in the first class of Melville Dewey's first library class in the late 1800s. Letters that she wrote to her mother that said things like, Charles Cutter is a really good dancer and enjoys theater. Things that you don't get from library textbooks. And so it was fantastic, which is, that's thing number one, is that it was really fun to read and to research and to learn things that you don't learn from textbooks. But then immediately followed by thing number two, this doesn't exist outside of Smith College in Northampton, Massachusetts. And that was really kind of a light bulb moment for me. If no matter how much online research I did, I wasn't going to get more than a 2-paragraph blurb on Wikipedia. And there is so much more out there. The flip side of that is here at Henderson, we are digitizing all of our STAR yearbooks, which is our annual yearbooks, and going back and digitizing the school newspapers from the early 1900s. So anybody who wants to do that research who lives in Northampton, Massachusetts, and somehow is interested in our little school in Arkadelphia, Arkansas, will be able to do that if we are able to create that document to be read by a computer, using the right schema, searchable, all of the things that we're trying to do, so that the experience that I had having to, to dig and to, physically, contact the librarian can be done in an online environment.
And you're taking me in a slightly different direction, but it's excellent. I do have my one question, and I had this at the end, but let's just talk about now. If everything's available on Google, why do we still need librarians?
I actually do a presentation on this where, and it's for younger high school students, so it's geared towards that. But the two things I do, the first thing I do is and I did this morning, I do a Google search on what is the meaning of life. Okay, just type into the Google bar, what is the meaning of life? It gave me 1 billion answers in 0.6 seconds. Okay, so the quantity of information isn't why librarians are needed. There is an abundance of information out there, but we don't need 1 billion right answers. Yeah, and so and then the other thing that I always point out is that we have calculators. Why do we need math teachers? It's not an apples to apples comparison, and that's two entertaining ways that I can maybe get that across to students who think, oh, I can just Google it.
Mm-hmm. Georgia, as you see the same idea in Serbia, it's all in Google. Why are you wasting your time studying to be a librarian?
Yeah, it's not about quantity of information, it's about the quality of information. Only a librarian can give you quality, one good information. It's much more valuable than Google that can give you thousands and thousands and billions of them. Especially that exactly everything is on Google, but everything is on Google. Not all of the things that on Google is correct.
Absolutely, there's the issue of validity, but there's also the issue that everything isn't on Google. And even everything that is digital is not on Google. And that's what we do. We are so overwhelmed by the quantity of digital information that we very often fail to recognize that, I think by Google's own admission, I think being generous, they are indexing about 10% or 10 to 15% of what is freely available online. So we're not talking about stuff behind paywalls. We're not talking about restricted things. Information that is there and is available. 85% of it is missing from Google. And that's of the stuff that is digitized. So, there's a whole lot more there. There's obviously a problem that's not really the province of our discussion today, but Alan, when you're thinking about digitizing special collections for the archivists, I know there's a lot of concern that if I digitize everything and sort of put it out there, where is the motivation for anyone then to support my archive? Where is the motivation for people to fund the storage of the original letters of that library student? It's all digital. Why do we need your silly little archive anymore? Roll the dumpster up to the back door, heave all, recycle that paper. The world will be a better place. But it's not just the stuff, it's the understanding of the stuff in context and what else is contained within that collection that is not paper-based or is not digitized in the same way.
And one of the things that we've had when we've digitized this collection is, sometimes the thing is the thing. The document, it's not the preservation of the words themselves, but we did a digitization of a notebook of a Rotary Club, and there were some things that are not appropriate for 2021. There are coffee stains, there are misspellings, There is history in the actual document that somehow doesn't come across on a digital format. And sometimes like I said, the thing is not, the digital item is not the thing. The thing is the thing. And so if you have, how much do you go to correct this and make it beautiful digitally? And how much beauty is there in the history of it being imperfect?
Interesting question. Now, I'm very conscious. I told you all at the start, I gave you 6 or 8 questions and said, we're never going to get to all of these. But one thing I do want to ask you, and make sure I ask you while we have time to talk about it, is what sort of preparation have you had in your library education to deal with digital materials? How well prepared do you feel? And was there something that was completely missing that you wish you'd been told? Let's start with Georgia in Belgrade. How well prepared do you feel to deal with the digital world in your library education? Your professors aren't listening, it's okay.
Yeah. I do feel prepared because we do have informatics and programming and everything that includes what we need for digital era, and we do it from the young age actually in high school as well, and before that in elementary schools we do have informatics and we do study computers and everything from young age. Maybe now it's maybe from the seventh. So it's good, and we do have a good background and everything, but somehow we still lack funds and everything, so it's not the greatest. I don't feel really prepared for everything there is, but I think we are on a good start at least.
Okay. Tell me something specific that you're feeling underprepared for. Is there something that you think, I have no idea how to do that, or that scares me?
Yeah, programming mostly. Yeah, Python or something like that's really lacking. Or using, for example, something other than Windows. Yeah, we don't use Apple's Mac or something, or Linux or something like that. So maybe that format or something combining things or similar. We don't really do that, but I think we are on a good start, and the younger generations are maybe better prepared for that than me, for example.
Okay, because you're so old.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Emporia students, it's okay, nobody else is listening. How well prepared are you feeling?
So I feel pretty involved. Or sorry.
Go ahead, Justin. I'll follow you.
It's silence, and then everybody wants to speak at the same time, right? So I feel pretty prepared to use digital materials. In one of my classes recently, a classmate expressed concern over interacting with vendors, particularly in negotiating digital contracts and subscriptions, and that she did not feel at all prepared in any way by this program to do so. I have a degree of experience from my work experience, but I think the resolution to that is that a program can't really prepare you for that. Most of our graduates are not going to then go on to become immediate directors with full responsibility for such conversations. So I think exposing that those conversations will exist in the workplace, and that you will have a team that prepares you and supports you and works with you in the workplace will resolve that issue. But certainly there, like we were just discussing, there is an abundance of information. And so the librarian's role of curating really begins at the material selection process, long before we have a patron coming to us with an information need. So I would say that I don't necessarily feel prepared by the program to have those vendor conversations. But I would also say it's not really a big deal to me.
Okay, Alan?
I think that's accurate. Some of the things I was going to say kind of mirror Justin's experiences. There are classes that I can take and possibly will take even post-graduation that will help me. I don't feel like if there were a job application in my area that said we need a librarian who is an excellent cataloger, who can write code for schemas and be able to embed metadata into these particular areas so that these items can become searchable. I don't think I am confident enough to be able to speak the computer's language in order to get that information there so that our friend George from Serbia can research what I'm doing and understand it through his computer. I don't know that I have the confidence to be able to do that. I do know that there are classes that will be able to prepare me for those, but they were electives, and there were other electives that I felt were equally important. And by the time I get done with my 36 hours, I still feel underprepared in some areas. And certainly being able to write in XML or to be able to write in Python and things like that are things that I don't have a whole lot of exposure to. Now, that being said, what Justin said is absolutely true. When I was working on one of those assignments, I'm fortunate enough to be able to work in a library with an archivist who does that exceptionally well. And so I asked him, what course did you take in order to learn this? Because I don't know this. And he was able to explain it to me so well. And he said, oh, I just found it interesting. I learned it on my own. That doesn't help me. But I do wish that I had a better foundation for that particular area, because I don't speak the computer's language as well as I think I should.
And what would you say?
I totally agree with all of you on that. There's just, with a master's degree, there just aren't enough courses. I feel like there's so much more I need to learn, but what I do feel prepared by the program for is how to learn and how to research, and feeling confident in the research I'm doing or the searching I'm doing, and understanding that Google is the surface web and that there is a deep web of 80% of other information that's out there, and how to get to that information. And so I feel prepared in that way. I do feel coming into the program that we basically had to know a lot of be technically savvy, I guess, and digitally savvy. We had to know how to use the computer. We had to be good users of software and how to build a website, or maybe we learned how to build a website, but most of that was done on your own in order to finish an assignment. But yeah, I do feel prepared on how to be a good searcher, how to learn.
Okay. Well, that's sort of comforting. I hope any other faculty members are feeling comforted as well. The difficulty is, of course, we can never teach you everything you need to know. We just can't. And the other thing is, what you need to know the Monday after you graduate on a Saturday may be different from what you needed to know the previous week. So making you aware, if you like, of the foundations of what we're trying to do, why we exist, why we're interested in digitization, what benefits we think it can provide as librarians, why we want to do this. What skills, you really talked about this a little, but what special skills do you think librarians and archivists will need to deal with digital materials that you think perhaps we ought to be training you a little bit more on? Or do you see something coming where you think librarians are going to have to be able to do X in the future?
I think that leads into the discussion we were having earlier about the digital world. I know that in other disciplines, such as law, there is a component in order to keep your law degree or to keep your law license of continuing education. And boy, I tell you what, that would be so helpful, because computers, They live in dog years. 1 year is 7. You know, a 3-year-old computer is archaic. A 3-year-old language or program could be completely replaced or unsupported. And one of the things that I had let's just call it an advantage of coming back to school at the ripe young age of 47 after being out of the classroom for 30 years is that when I graduated from high school, there were no PCs, there were no databases. Well, there were, but there weren't, you know, what we know now did not exist. So I took a couple of computer classes just to see what has passed me by. Spoiler alert, it was a lot. And I had a lot of catch up to do. And it made me realize that that's something that doesn't just exist within me because I'm a non-traditional student. It exists within a lot of librarians who, after being removed from library school for 5 years, 10 years, a lot has passed them by. And so I think that I don't know how to amplify that platform, but a platform of continuing education, I think, is going to have to be necessary for librarians to be able to keep up as technology moves and advances and evolves, because technology is such a huge component of what we do now as academic librarians and as librarians.
To what extent, let me ask you, do the librarians need to be able to do the technology, or is that something we should simply say we need support staff to do technology? We're interested in information. Practical, not practical.
I think there are aspects of technology that I don't have to understand, you know, how to make the sausage, you know, but I need to understand it. I may not be able to, you know, as a librarian, as an information specialist, I don't have to have a dual master's degree in programming. It'd be helpful if I did, but I have to understand what the programmer is sending me so that as a librarian, I can analyze that. So I may not need to have the skills necessary, the skill set necessary to create that, but I need to be able to understand what I'm seeing.
Yes, I think we don't need basics. We don't have to create games or something like that. But we do need basics to make something searchable or to understand what's behind it. Nothing more complicated than that. So we don't need masters in programming, but it would be helpful to have some, at least like we do have in Belgrade, 4 years of informatics in our library sciences as well.
Okay.
I would say that the support staff issue, so we haven't hired a librarian directly, I mean, meaning from the outside of the organization, in 11 years. All of our librarians have promoted from the assistant and technical levels. So we have institutionalized that knowledge. We bring people in at entry level. And then when they promote to librarian, they have a bit of that knowledge already. And then we bring in new technical people with new skill sets to rely on. But ultimately, I think we don't need to know everything, because we're going to do what librarians do best, which is we know how to bring people together to resolve whatever the need is. So we're going to work with IT staff. We're going to take continuing education voluntarily. We're going to partner with community organizations. We're going to, you know, better ourselves just instinctively, because it's what our profession does. So I don't necessarily think that we need to be all-knowing, all-skilled. We're going to get the information and the skills that we need when they're needed.
Okay, and I think that's very important, because I think we're sort of being pushed into this idea that you almost must be able to do everything. And no, that's not who we are as librarians. We have very specific functions in the information world. We're exceptionally good at those functions. how we have to, the people we use, if you like, Justin, the people we're coordinating to make those functions happen may be changing, but we don't have to become everybody else. And so I think that's really good. We have 5 minutes left, and I wondered if from our audience there were any questions you were absolutely dying to ask the panel. And Jelena will let us know if anyone's putting in a question on Fleep.
For now, we don't have any question, but I strongly agree with you, your last sentences about that we cannot and we should not be everyone. From my experience as a LIS alumni, it is just enough to find something that you are most interested in when it is about librarianship and libraries, whatever it is. And whatever it is, there is a branch of people that are also very passionate about that thing. I think that connecting with those people and doing what you're most interested in is just enough to do.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. Well, thank you. Excuse me, my alarm is going off and I cannot stop it. There we go. So we are at the end of our time, I think, because we said we'd be on for an hour. But I want to thank you. First of all, I want to thank my students for being willing, and particularly Alan, who stepped in at the last minute when one of our other Serbian colleagues was unfortunately taken ill and was unable to participate. So thank you, Alan, for being willing to be a last minute entry. So thank you to my students who responded to my invitation. Georgia, thank you so much for being willing to be our sole Serbian representative today, but we've thoroughly enjoyed hearing from you as well. If you have audience questions, my email address showed up on the PowerPoint slides at the beginning. I'm happy to answer questions you may have or to pass those on to my students if you want to know a little bit more. Georgia, I'm assuming you will also be happy to answer questions if those come. Good, okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much for the invitation to have this panel. I think it's been, it's always good to hear from the new librarians. Notice I didn't say young librarians because we are all at different stages of youth, but we are very much, I know I'm certainly a late career librarian. I did not set out to be a librarian. I became a librarian in my 40s, sort of, sideways, slightly backwards. And I know many of my students are coming to librarianship as a second, third, or fourth career, which I think is wonderful. So different stages of youth, and also just to hear different perspectives from different types of librarians and from people preparing in a slightly different way. So thank you to everybody. Thank you for our colleagues who have been listening in to this discussion. And thank you to the conference for inviting us to put this presentation together. And I think this is a convenient point to stop. So thank you all for participating today. Thank you.
I would like.
Oh, sorry.
I
yes.
would like to thank in the name of the organization for this beautiful panel, and I warmly want to thank you for being a president of our program committee, and have the really responsible role in making this conference this successful. And thank you for this very intriguing panel now. I really want to thank you for all the job you do for making this conference this interesting and this with a lot of diversity and excellent works you selected. I hope that next year will be opportunity to meet personally and to host you in Belgrade.
For those of you who don't know me, I have been working in Belgrade since 2011. I have brought students to Belgrade every year until last year, and I am missing Belgrade. I have many dear friends in Belgrade and Novi Sad. I love your country. I appreciate the wealth and depth of your hospitality, as well as the wonderful professional skills and understanding that you share with my students every year. So I thank you greatly for that. I'm disappointed not to be with you again this year, but we understand. We simply have to deal with what we are given. But I hope I will need to start thinking about bringing my graduated librarians to Serbia. Anne's ready to come. Anne was supposed to come last year because particularly in Serbia, there is so much good work happening in libraries. And I often feel a little disappointed that perhaps you as the Serbian librarians don't see yourselves as providing the high levels of library service that you do provide. And there's so much when I bring my students to Serbia that they learn from seeing things and from seeing a whole different perspective. And just one little thing I will share. American librarians always talk about not having enough money. When they come to Serbia and they see libraries that truly have no acquisitions budget, and they're looking at materials that maybe are, euphemistically, we could say they are well loved. They are covered in tape to hold them together. And one of my students who was not thinking very much looked at something like that and said, well, my library would never keep anything like that on the shelf. And I thought, here is an opportunity for education. This is what it means, first of all, not to have an acquisitions budget. You can't throw things away just because they don't look new anymore. But the Serbian librarian said, but people use this as reader's advisory. If it's well loved, if it's falling apart, it must be good. So it keeps going out. So we add more and more tape because it will go out again and again. And I think there are lessons that are so important for us to learn. Now, I don't want my Serbian colleagues not to have collection budgets. I want them to be able to provide new materials for their readers. But it also really highlights that it is what is inside. It is the information that is important. And in America, very often, unfortunately, we can get too obsessed with the cover. Does it look new and pretty? Rather than the value is not in it looking new and pretty, the value is in the ideas and the information inside. And that's what we are. We're librarians. We're interested in the information inside, and that's what we're providing to people. So I'm just disappointed again that I can't bring my students to Serbia, but I do look forward to the time when I can return and bring students, because I know they learn so much from your skills and your expertise that you share with us so generously. So thank you to the Serbian Library Association. We really appreciate everything you do for us and for your Serbian patrons. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Can we close this panel and finally close this day?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. It's been wonderful. Thank you so much for all your assistance. And thank you, panelists.
So we can close this day. I would like to thank everyone who will be with us today. See you tomorrow in 10 a.m. in the morning and Central European time. Bye until tomorrow.